Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project on the channel. So in this video, we'll be building a production ready full stack Gen AI job preparation web application completely from scratch, that is in one shot. And when I say production ready, I don't mean just a toy project. We're going to do full authentication, real logging, real API integration and PDF generation and all the other kind of stuffs. Okay, so what exactly we are building? We'll be building this specific job prep AI platform. So it's going to be a AI powered platform that helps job seekers prepare smarter and faster. So this is going to be your initial landing page. As you can see, it's looking pretty crisp and clean. All right, so you can try to log in and you can try to register as well. So first of all, I'm going to press on get started, and boom, just like that we are into the sign up page where you can actually sign up. And towards the left hand side we have a really good design with some good looking animations, okay, regarding our particular project. And towards the right hand side we can try to create your account. So for the backend we'll be using your Node.js with Express and TypeScript as well as Prisma 7. All right, so first of all let me try to register a user over here. I'm going to say a name as well as a Gmail account, that's my email, and a password of at least 6 characters. Once I press on create account, if at all everything worked out correctly, we should be able to sign up to the project, sign up to our particular backend, and then you should be navigated to the dashboard. Create account, and boom, just like that. As you can see, we are navigated to localhost / your dashboard. Okay, so once a user logs in, they would be brought back to the dashboard page. So yes, this is going to be your entire flow, by the way. So your user is going to sign up and then they will be brought back to the dashboard page, and they can either enter their PDF resume, and once they've entered it, within seconds your AI is going to read that resume and extract their skills, experience, education and a professional summary, and it's going to be saved to a real Postgres database as well. So let's try that out. I'm going to choose a specific resume, that's my resume. I'm going to say open, and boom, just like that, analyzing with AI, and there you go. It has scanned our entire resume and given all of the details in a structured way. That is, it has extracted the skills, a professional summary based on my resume, and what are your experiences and your education as well. Okay, now next we also have our analyze page over here, as you can see. So once I press on analyze, here we can try to give a specific job description that we are looking for, and AI is basically going to analyze it, and it's going to compare against the resume which you have entered previously, and you're going to give them a math score from 0 to 100, and we're going to tell them exactly which skills have that specific job requires, which skills they are missing, and what they should learn to strengthen their specific application. And we're also going to give them some interview questions based on the job description. So now over here I'm going to enter a random job description. You can take a look at it. You can get it from AI. Okay, so this is basically a React Native developer role that they're looking for. I'm going to press on analyze job fit, and look how everything works, and it should give all of the required details. Okay, that is the missing skills, your matched skills, skills that can be added, and your interview questions as well. So analyze job fit, analyzing with AI, and boom, just like that, it has given us the match score for our specific resume based on the job description that the current user is looking for. And these are the match skills. So these are some of the missing skills, that is push notifications, your Firestore, App Store deployment, Google Play deployment and Figma. And these are some of the recommended to add to your resume based on the job description. And we can also try to download the ATS-optimized resume and generate the interview questions. I'm going to press on this one. It's generating the questions, and there you go, just like that it has given. Study this before the interview. There is React navigation, your push notifications, what are there over here, and Expo versus bare React Native, your trade-offs in development, and some stuff about your App Store as well as Google Play deployment. That is your submission process, build signing, review guidelines and version management. And it has generated all of the medium based questions, hard questions as well as your easy questions as well. So for hard, we have designed a real-time notification system for a mobile app using Firebase. How would you architect push notifications, handle your token management and ensure reliable delivery across iOS and Android? So yeah, that's looking really good. and we can also download the ATS-optimized resume based on this description. Let me just give that a try. So it's rewriting and generating PDF, and boom, just like that. As you can see, this is our ATS-optimized resume based on that specific job description. Okay, so this is what we'll be building in this specific project, and if you found this project interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with building the project right away. So now first of all, let's understand what exactly we are building, that is along with the tech stack, and what are the main features of the application that we're going to build. So we're going to build the jobprep.ai. It's a production ready full stack generative AI web application that helps job seekers prepare smarter. So the way it's going to work is users upload their resume, paste a job description, and instantly get AI powered insights like your skill gap analysis, your ATS optimized resumes, and even some interview questions that is with respect to that particular job description. So let's understand what is your tech stack and what are the main features and what is the architecture. I've just drawn a diagram over here towards the right hand side. So first of all, with respect to the tech stack, front end, we're going to use Next.js 15, TypeScript for coding, and Tailwind CSS for designing. Zustand and Axios, you might know that. Zustand is for state management, and the backend is going to be Node, Express, TypeScript, JWT Bcrypt.js, Multer, Zod, Express rate limit, as well as Winston for logging. Your backend, that is database, is going to be PostgreSQL Prisma 7, and AI we're going to use Claude Haiku, that is from Anthropic, and we're also going to use the Anthropic SDK. And for the PDF generation and implementation part, we're going to use the Puppeteer package. Okay, so these are the main features over here. You can take a look at it. So what the main app does is, it is basically going to upload a PDF resume that is of the user, and Claude is going to extract the structured data like your skills, experience, education, and so on, and we're going to paste any description, that is the user is going to paste description onto the text input. So AI is going to compare that specific description against your resume and detects your skill gaps that is going to be present. Okay, next we are going to give a feature to the user to download an ATS optimized resume, that is going to be the rewrite of your resume, okay, tailored to the job description which you have entered. And we're also going to implement secure authentication with JWT plus token blacklisting. Okay, and over here we have also the PDF download. As I explained, we're going to do this with Puppeteer. So this generates a beautifully formatted ATS optimized resume PDF. You can download and then submit instantly. And we're also going to have production grade logging. So we're going to have Winston structured JSON logging with daily rotation, separate error logs, and then HTTP request logging via Morgan. So that's the descriptive part of it. This is your entire architecture. I'm just going to zoom in. You can take a look at it. Okay, we're going to have the landing page, we're going to have sign up login, and the dashboard, by the way, where the user is going to upload the resume, and within /analyze, we're going to show the skill gaps, your interview question, as well as the ATS and then PDF download. So for state, we're going to use Zustand persist, that is local storage, and HTTP Axios. Okay, we're going to auto attach JWT. And yeah, this is with respect to the backend. As I explained, we're going to use Node.js, Express, as well as TypeScript. Okay, these are some of the routes that we're going to have: API auth, API resumes, API analyze, API interview, and then API ATS. That's for the resume bit of it. So this is what your Claude AI is going to do, and this is how your PDF generation is going to work. And this is the PostgreSQL is going to have your users, resumes, as well as your blacklisted tokens. And these are all of your utility functions, that is Winston for logging, your PDF parse to, Bcrypt for your comparing password, storing password, JSON web token, Zod, that is for type schemas, okay, and Multer as well, that is disk storage and PDF filter. So yeah, this is what we're gonna build. So yeah, let's get started. So some of the prerequisites and setup that is required to build the project is, make sure you have Node.js installed. Okay, and I'm going to use the package manager yarn, that is on my end. You can even use npm, and make sure you have PostgreSQL already installed. Okay, I'm just going to show that over here. So you can just type in PSQL hyphen version, it should give the detail over here. As you can see, 16.2 is installed on my system. So yeah, make sure to go and then install Postgres. It's pretty simple. And I'm going to use VS Code for coding, as you can see over here. So next, you also need your API key. That is your Anthropic API key. You can get it from console.anthropic.com. So first of all, head over to console.anthropic.com. This is the website, and make sure you log in with your own Google account. Okay, and you can go into settings, go into API keys, create an API key, and keep it noted down. So make sure you need to add billing to your Anthropic account. Even $5 is enough. You can build around 10 to 15 projects easily. Okay, I've added my billing and I've topped my account with $5, and I'll be able to create the API key, and I've already have my API key on my side. So yeah, create that and then have it on your side. Okay, so our entire project is going to be wrapped in one repo, okay, with two sibling folders. That is your front end part and the back end part. So no monorepo tooling is needed over here in our project. So let's create our project folder. So first of all, I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. Okay, here I'm going to say mkdir. I'm just going to say job prep, enter. So it should have been created. I'm going to say file, open folder. I'm going to go into my build and then job prep. There you go. Just like that, we have our project folder being created. Now the next step is to initialize the backend. So for that, within the folder, I'm going to say mkdir backend. It got created, as you can see. So next, let's try to initialize the package JSON. I'm going to say yarn init -y. There you go. So this got installed over here. The next step is to install all of the backend related dependencies that is going to be used while the backend is going to run. Okay, so I'm going to use the yarn command and then add all of the dependencies. You can take a look at it. Okay, so I think this got added within the main file, not over here. First of all, go into cd backend and then here execute the yarn init -y. So within the backend, it should be created. Again, over here, I'm going to say yarn add all of these packages. You can, pause for a second and then you can take a look at it. Express, course, .env, helmet, Morgan, Winston daily rotate file, compression, your cookie parser, and then express rate limit Zod. Okay, express rate limit Zod is different. Yeah, let's press on enter. There you go. This is created and installed. So if you can check out the package.json, all of the dependencies are installed within your dependencies object. The next step is to create all of the dev dependencies that is required for the development and then the testing part of the project. So I'm just going to say yarn add -d. -d is for dev dependency, and these are all of the dev dependencies I'm going to add in. You can pause for a bit and then you can take a look at it. Okay, so TypeScript, all of your types for each of the packages: Node, Express, course, Morgan, then compression, cookie parser, tsconfig paths, ESLint, as well as Puppeteer. Let's press on enter. So this should come right below your dependencies object. So yeah, let's give it some time. So there you go. This step is complete and we're able to see all of the dev dependencies that are installed over here. Okay, so now the next step is to create a tsconfig.json and we're going to add some settings. You can take a look at it. So backend, I'm going to say new file, tsconfig.json, and add in all of the settings. Okay, save the file. So next, I'm going to go ahead and then create the folder structure. I'm going to use the mkdir command, and you can also do the same thing over here. So make sure you're into the backend folder, and I'm going to say mkdir create a src folder. Within that, I need config, your controllers, your routes, services, middlewares, utils, types, lib, and then logs. So let's press on enter. So within the backend folder, all of this is going to get created, as you can see. So this step is done. So now we're going to add the scripts to the package.json. Let's add it so we can run the backend later once everything is set up. So here I'm going to say scripts. The first one is going to be for the dev. Okay, that's it. Next we're going to have is for the build. This is going to say TSC. Next is going to be for the start. I'm going to say node -r tsconfig. It's going to be paths / register your dist / server.js. That's it. Okay. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is to install Prisma, even that is important, as well as your database packages. Let's go and then install it over here to the backend part. Yarn add Prisma client as well as Prisma adapter pg and then pg. Enter. So alright, this step is done. Next I'm going to install the def dependencies with respect to the Prisma. You can add this as well. Next I'm going to initialize your data source provider with the help of this command. There is npx prisma init -- data source provider, and we're going to pass on as PostgreSQL because that's what we're using. Okay, so you should be able to see the Prisma folder getting created. There you go. And we also have the schema.prisma. Okay, and since you have provided your provider as Postgres, it is being shown correctly fine. So this step is done. The next step is to create your Postgres database. Okay, so for that, let's open up a terminal on your Mac or on your Windows. Here you can execute the command that is create db and then job prep AI. Let's press on enter. Okay, so this got created, and you can try to basically add your database URL to your backend and then .env. Let's create that .env. Okay, my bad, it already exists, and here we're gonna add in the database URL with respect to ours. So I've added it just like this. This is my URL. You can add the same thing and then just add your project name which you have created. Let's try to save the file. So this step is done. The next step is to run the database migration. So you can actually try to find your Mac username with the help of a simple command which is going to say who am I in your terminal, and you can try to add in this value. That's my Mac username. As you can see, it's over here as well. Yeah, so before running the database migration, let's actually go and then write your coding bit of it. That is your schema.prisma. Okay. So yeah, this is going to remain as is. So here it's going to be Prisma client.js. We can remove the output for now, not required. I'm going to first of all design my model user. This is going to have ID. That is going to be of string. Here I'm going to say add ID at default of your UUID. Next I'm going to have is the name. It's going to be of string. We're going to have an email as well of string. This is going to be unique, by the way. Apart from that, I'm going to have password. I'm going to have string. Next is premium. We're going to have boolean. Here it's going to be default of false. Next, your created add as well as your updated add. So created add, I'm going to say it's going to be of type date time, and here I'm going to say it's going to be default and then nav. Next, finally for updated add, date time, here I'm going to say add updated add. And we're also going to have the resumes for each of the user. So resumes is going to be of type resume. Here we're going to define this bit, and all of your blacklisted tokens is going to be of type blacklisted token. We're going to define this as well. So next, below blacklisted, I'm going to have at map of your users. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's go and then write the model for your resumes. It's pretty simple. Model resume. I'm going to have your unique ID. That is going to be of string. Add ID. We're going to say add default of your UUID. It's going to have a user ID as well. That is going to be of string. User that's going to be of user. This is going to have a relation, by the way. So relation, pass on the fields, it's going to be of the user ID, and here I'm going to say references, it's going to be of ID, and on delete is going to be cascade. Okay, next I'm going to say original name, that is going to be of string. Your file URL for the resume, that is also going to be of string over here. Next we're going to have your parsed text, that is going to have string, and then over here we're going to say add db.text. okay, next you're going to have your parsed skills as well. This is going to have in JSON ATS score for that specific resume, it's going to be of int. Apart from that, your created as well as updated at, it's going to be the same thing. You can copy it down from the above model, add it over here. Next I'm going to say at map, it's going to be with respect to the resumes. Okay, this part is done. Finally, let's move on to the next one. That's going to be your blacklisted tokens. So I'm going to say model blacklisted token, it's going to have ID of string. Again we're going to say add ID add default of your UUID. You're going to have token, that is going to be of string. I'm going to say add unique add db.text, it's going to be capital text. Okay, next is with respect to the user ID, we're going to have string. Again, it's going to have a relation to the user, even the blacklisted token. We're going to say of type user, I'm going to say add relation, pass on the fields, that's going to be your user ID, references with respect to the ID. On delete, I'm going to say again cascade. So I'm going to say expires at, that is going to be dates time, and created at is again going to be your date time, and add default of now. Here we are going to say at map, it's going to be with respect to the blacklisted underscore tokens. There you go, that's it. This part is done. You can take a look at the entire schema.prisma file from top to the bottommost part if at all you have missed something. Okay, so let's understand the problem with the standard JWT tokens logout. Okay, and that's the reason we're using your blacklisted tokens. So what happens is your JWT tokens are actually considered stateless, that is the server doesn't store them anywhere. So when actually a user logs out, so most tutorials actually just delete the token from local storage on the front end, but the token itself is still completely valid. That is, if at all someone copies that token, they can still use it to make authenticated requests, correct? So what your blacklisting token solves is, let's say when a user logs out, we make their access token, or we take their access token and store it in the blacklisted tokens table with its expiry time. That's why we've used that. Now our auth middleware is going to check this specific table on every request before even verifying the JWT signature, and if at all the token is in that specific table, we reject it immediately, which the token has been revoked, even if the JWT itself is perfectly valid and hasn't expired yet. So yeah, that's the reason we are trying to use this blacklisted tokens. Now the next step is, let's actually try to migrate it over here, and also let's try to push the schema to the backend. So I'm going to say clear. Before that, let me check if at all there is any code with respect to the Prisma config.ts file. Okay, yeah, so this is going to remain as is. We can remove the data source, we can add it just like this. Save. Okay, so data source is going to have URL, env of then your database URL, and yeah, path is going to be Prisma migrations, it's going to be stored over there, and schema is going to be prisma schema.prisma. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to execute the command. Okay, not this one. Let's add it over here. So it's going to be npx prisma migrate dev hyphen name and then init, enter. There you go. Just like that, it says the following migrations have been created and applied from new schema changes. You should be able to see that over here. Okay, next let's try to generate it. I'm going to say npx prisma generate, enter. Okay, even this got generated. As you can see, generated prisma client v7 in 33 ms. So this part is done. So what this does is this creates 3 tables in PostgreSQL: your users table, your resumes table, as well as the blacklisted tokens. Alright, so you can actually execute this command, that is npx prisma studio, and you should be able to see all of the tables created. As you can see, the migrations, that is the one that we just had, and these are the blacklisted tokens, currently empty, resumes empty, users are also empty. So yeah, this part is done. Now we can move on to the next step, that is going to be install all of your AI as well as the file packages. So I'll be installing all of the required things, that is your Anthropic SDK, Multer, PDF parse, Puppeteer, JSON web token, Bcrypt.js, and all of these things. So yeah, let's come back to a new file, cd backend. So here we're going to say yarn add Anthropic AI SDK, Multer, PDF parse, Puppeteer, Bcrypt as well as JSON web token, enter. Next is with respect to your types over here. I'm going to add it just like this. You can take a look at it. Next, let's come back to the backend env file. That is going to be this one. So below this, I'm going to have my port being chosen, that is 5001. I'm going to say node_env, that is going to be in development mode. Next is your frontend URL. I'll be adding that. It's going to run on localhost 3000. Apart from that, you're going to have your JWT access secret, your refresh secret, JWT access expiry, as well as your refresh expiry. So currently it's going to be hard coded. You can try to add in valid values for these two things. Apart from that, you're going to have Anthropic API key _API_key. It's going to be some value. You can paste in the API key which you got it from console.anthropic.com. So that's it with respect to the env file. Okay, next let's create your front end part. Okay, so we can come back to the front end folder. Okay, it's not yet created, so I'm going to say first of all npx create latest app at front end, enter. So basically front end is the project name itself I'm giving over here. Let's just press on yes. Okay, I'm just going to say yes, use recommended defaults. So yeah, let's give it a couple of minutes for the project to initialize over here. Okay, so as you can see, the project got initialized within our same auto directory, and if I minimize this, and there you go, just like that, all of our Next.js related files and folders have been created. You can say cd frontend, and you can run the project. That is going to be yarn run dev, enter. There you go, just like that. As you can see, we are able to see the Next.js on your localhost 3001. All right, so yeah, this step is working properly fine. So we can move on to the next bit, and first of all, let's install two things, that is your Zustand as well as Axios. Okay, I'm going to say cd front end. I'm going to say yarn add Zustand and then Axios. The next step is to create your folder structure for the front end part. Again, I'm going to use the mkdir command, and then I'm going to add in all of the folders like store, your types, components, as well as your hooks. There you go, this part is done. So now the next step is here, let's create the front end structures. With the help of this command, let's press on enter. Let's create a .env.local within the frontend file, within the frontend folder. .env.local. Here add in your next underscore public API URL. That is going to be http localhost 5001 / your API. Let's try to save the file. So first of all, I'm going to create a error boundary for the entire application such that if at all any error happens, it is going to be handled properly fine. So make sure you create a components folder within src. It's already there. New file, I'm going to say error boundary .tsx. So I'm just going to have in my interface props over here. I'm going to say children. That's going to be of React node. Okay, I'm also going to define interface state. I'm going to say has error. It's going to be of boolean, and your error is going to be of error or null. Okay, here I'm going to say export default class. I'm going to have error boundary. This is basically a class component extends your component. It's going to have in your props as well as your state. You can import your component from React, by the way. Here I'm going to have a constructor method. So I'm going to say constructor. It's going to take in your props. That's going to be of type props. I'm going to say super of props and access to this keyword. I'm going to say this.state is going to be equals to hash error is going to be a false and error is going to be null. So next you're going to write a method that's going to be get derived state from error. Okay, so this basically fires the moment any child component throws. So it's basically going to be a static method. It runs before the re-render that updates to hash error is going to be equals to true. So for that I'm going to say static get derived state from error. It's going to have error of type error. That is going to be of state. Here I'm going to say return hash error is going to be true as well as error. Next you're going to have your component did catch method. So this is going to fire after the error is caught and we use it for side effects. In our case that's going to be the console.error. So I'll be adding the method over here, that is component did catch. So yeah, no return over here, and here I'm just going to say console.error. Your error boundary caught with that specific error. You can remove this one, not required. Here we're going to have the render method. That's the main step. Alright, so this is going to work in such a way that if at all hash error is true, it's going to show the error screen. Otherwise it's going to render the this.props.children as normal. Okay, so yeah, let's try to first of all check the condition that if at all this.state.hash error, then here I'm going to say return a div. Within that one more piece of div, another p tag which is going to say something went wrong. Below the p tag I'm going to have a h1 tag that is going to say unexpected error, and below that I'm going to have one more piece of p tag which is going to show this.state.error.message or this specific message. For the p tag class name font of mono, text XS, text weight of let's say 400. It's going to be uppercase, and I'm going to say tracking is going to be widest, and MB of 4. Okay, so for unexpected error, I'm going to say font is going to be of display, and your text is going to be of 2XL, font is going to be of semi bold, MB is going to be of 3. And for the outermost if, it's going to have your min height of screen. Okay, I'm going to say BG is going to be of ink. Apart from that, flex items is going to be center, justify of center, and PX is going to be of 8. The inner one, I'm going to say class name, max width of MD. I'm going to say width is going to be of full, text is going to be of center. Okay, and you're going to have a button which is going to say back to the dashboard. So you're having a button component, and here I'm going to have the text which is going to say back to dashboard. First, for class name for this, it's going to have BG signal, text is going to be of ink, font of medium, text of SM, rounded is going to be MD, PX of 6, PY of 2.5, and if I hover over it, it's going to have a different color. I'm going to add that over here. So just like this, let's try to save, and here we can say return this.props.children. Save. I think we need to make one more change within the globals.css, that is with respect to the Tailwind styling. Let me just check that out. Yeah, I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. So come back to your front end app, globals.css, and add in all of these colors. Okay, so your color ink, your surface is going to be this color code, muted, signal, verified, and these are all of the keyframes that I've added for 0%, 10%, 90, as well as 100%. And this for the animation part, so animate scan. Save. So yeah, this part is done. Now let's come back to the layout.tsx over here, and yeah, right below the body, I'm going to have your error boundary imported from your components, and this in turn is going to have in your children over here. Okay, that's it. And for the title bit of it, I'm going to say job prep AI, that is over here. So job prep, I'm going to say AI powered or AI resume and interview prep. Okay, and description is going to be over here. Upload your resume, close skill gaps, walk into interviews, ready. Okay, so that's pretty much it. You can take a look at it again for the layout.tsx file. Okay, so we do have an issue. Yeah, we need to use the use client component that is not added over here for the error boundary. On the top, I'm going to say use client. Save. And I forgot to give the on click for the button. You can take a look at it and save. Okay, come back over here. There it should be gone. There you go, the job prep AI, everything is working properly fine. So now the next step is to look into the auth part of it, that is the sign up as well as the login part. So it's going to look something like this. So towards the left hand side, you're going to have some animation that's going to be moving as you saw in the demo part of the video, and some descriptive text over here. Towards the right hand side, the welcome back message and the login form where you can log in. Okay, so that's going to be the next step. So I'm going to say come back to your front end, app router, new new folder, that is going to be auth. Within auth, we're going to have new folder again, login. Within that, your page.tsx, rfce, save. Again, press on auth. We're going to have similar for the sign up as well. I'm going to say sign up. This is going to say again page.tsx, rfce, save. So here let me initialize few things on the top for this specific page. So I'm going to remove this and I'm directly going to write export default function. It's going to be a sign up page. Okay, next const router is going to be equals to your use router. Const set auth is going to be equals to your use auth store. This is not yet set, so we're gonna do this later because the auth store is not yet implemented. We can get into the return block of the design. So return, I'm going to make use of my fragments initially. So we're going to build this design basically. Okay, so yeah, let's come back over here. So first one, we're going to say step 1 of 1. Let's pass on the class name for the p tag. I'm going to say font is going to be of mono. All this is defined within the globals file, or the globals file, I guess. That's the one. So next we're going to have text of XS. Text is going to be muted. Apart from that, I'm going to say uppercase. Your tracking is going to be widest. MB is going to be of 2. Next, I'm going to say heads 2. I'm going to say create your account. Class name, I'm going to say font is going to be display. Text of 2XL. Font is going to be semi bold and MB of 1. Next, also I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to say start scanning your resume in under a minute. Okay, let's also use the use client component onto the top. That's not yet added over here. So I'm going to say use client, save the file. Let's check out the URL. Okay, so this Next.js router, next router was not mounted. So yeah, I think there is an issue. So we need to be getting it from your navigation, by the way, not router. Save the file. There you go. As you can see, that's working properly fine. So we can continue designing this. So yeah, scanning, spelling is wrong. Next, I'm also going to have the state for the error as well as loading. You can take a look at it. Import your use state from React. Next, I'm going to say const form comma set form is going to be equals to use state. Here we're going to have name, that's going to be empty string. Email is going to be empty. And password is also going to be empty. Here, if at all there is any kind of error, go ahead and then show it. So I'm going to say error and I'm going to pass on a div and show that specific error message. So for the div, I'm going to say class name MB of 5, PX of 3, PY is going to be 2, rounded medium, BG red of 500 by 10. You're going to have a border and border rate of 500 by 20 and text red of 400, text of SM. Okay, so this part is done. Next, I'm going to have a form. So within this form, I'm going to have a div. We're going to have a label, by the way. That's going to be your name and then your email. So basically, this is the login I'm showing. So similarly towards the sign up, you're going to have 3 fields. That's going to be name, email, and then password. So for the label, I'm going to say name. And for the form or tag, I'm going to say class name space wire4. For label, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be, font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be wide. Save the file. There you go. Just like that, we're able to see that design onto the screen. All right. So this part is done. Next, I'm going to have your input field. Your type is going to be equals to text. It's going to be a required field. Value is going to be your form dot your name. Alright, apart from that, I'm going to say on change what needs to happen. We need to set the data, by the way, only for the name field over here. So directly access the state. Whatever is there in the form, include that state, and name, you need to update it, e dot target dot your value. Okay, so below the div, I'm going to have one more piece of div. And I'm going to have the label. This is going to say email. Next, again, we're going to have in your input field, and I'm going to make the change for this. Just copy that down. So type over here, instead of text, we're going to say it as email. Required value is going to be instead of form.name, form.email, and on change, instead of setting the name, I'm going to set the email. Okay. Let's provide in the class name for both of them. So first of all, for this one, empty of 1.5, width is going to be a full, BG surface, border, and then border white by 10, rounded is going to be of MD, PY of 2.5, and PX of 3. Okay, I'm also going to have a text of SM, and once it is focus, your outline should be none, just like this. And focus, I'm going to give the ring value as 2, and again, if it's focused, I'm going to say ring signal by 50. And finally, I'm going to add the remaining styles for this. You can take a look at it. Save the file. So the exact same design is going to be coming for the next, for the above text input. You can take a look at it. I'm also going to add the placeholder as well. So yeah, give a format once and then save. And there you go. Just like that, is looking good. So once we have the other part of the design, it's going to look properly fine. So this part is done. So the next is the placeholder for this one. I'm going to say over here placeholder, it's going to say you at your example.com. That's it. All right, next, copy this down once again. So here we're going to have label as password, and type is going to be password over here instead of email. And I'm also going to say min length should be 6. Your value is going to be form.password over here. On change, instead of your email, set the password field to e.target.value. So placeholder is going to say at least 6 characters. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. And yeah, you can try to save the file. So the design is looking something like this. 3 input fields. Okay, and finally we're going to have a submit button below the div. I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. It's going to look something like this. There you go, create account, and we're able to see that on the screen. It's going to be disabled because we need to fill in all of the fields, then only it's going to be enabled. Okay, so yeah, this is the required step for the form. Below the form, I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to say already have an account Over here I'm going to say link, import it from next link, and I'm going to have a login button. So for your link, I'm going to pass on the href because it expects it, /login. I'm also going to give the design for this. So class name, text is going to be of paper, and once I hover over it, it's going to be text of signal, and I'm going to say transition as well. For the p tag, again class name, text of sm, text is going to be muted, empty is going to be of 6, and then text of center. Save. Let's come back over here. There you go, everything's working properly fine. And next over here, I'm gonna have your, first of all, let me check if at all my auth layout is initialized. That's gonna be the next step. Okay, so your auth layout is gonna look something like this. That's towards the left hand side design, and we're also gonna have the scan line component. So first of all, let's design that. So within the components folder, I'm gonna have a new file that is gonna be auth layout.tsx. Okay, so your auth layout is going to come towards the right hand part, and towards the right side, towards the left hand side, your auth layout is going to come. Towards the right hand side, we're going to have in your sign up or your login feature. So here I'm going to say export default function auth layout, and I'm going to say children, that is going to be of auth layout props. We can just define it onto the top. It's going to be of type React Node itself. So I'm going to say interface, your auth layout props, pass on your children, that is going to be of type React dot your React Node. Okay, here I'm going to return the design. It's going to have a outer div. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a min height of screen. We're going to have a grid, and large, I'm going to say it's going to be grid calls of 2. Okay, so next we're going to have the brand panel. That's going to have towards the left hand side. So we're going to have a div for this again. We're going to have the scan line component. So this line is going to be showing some kind of animation, that is, it's going to be scanning from top to bottom. That's a good UI feature. I'll be adding that in just a bit. And here we're going to have one more piece of div. Within that, a span tag, which is going to say job prep, and within that another span tag with a dot. I'll be adding that. It's going to look something like this. Save. So for this specific div, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be relative, by the way, and then z index of 10. And for job prep, it's going to be class name, text of signal. Not this one. For this one, I'm going to say font is going to be of display, font of semi-bold, text of LG, and tracking of tight. I'm also going to pass on the design for this as well. Class name, we're going to say relative. It's initially going to be hidden. And on the large screen, I'm going to say flex, and then flex call, justify of between, bg of surface. Your border is going to be R, border right, and then border wide by 5. Padding is going to be 12, and then overflow is going to be of hidden. Save the file. So apart from that, we're going to have in your text, that is going to say resume analysis in progress, and a center text over here, and then the bottom part of the description. So below this div, I'm going to have a div. Within this, I'm going to have one more piece of p tag, which is going to say resume analysis. And over here, I'm going to say in progress. Class name, I'm going to say font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be of widest, MB of 3. Next I'm going to have is your h1 tag, that's going to be over here. You can take a look at it. Next, a p tag. I'm going to provide the class name for this. So yeah, text of muted, text of SM, leading is going to be relaxed, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And for this one I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a relative design, relative class name 0 of 10, and then max width of medium. That's it. Okay, next we're going to design this one, which is ATS-optimized skill gap detection as well as AI interview prep. So below your outer div, I'm going to say again a div, ATS-optimized, then skill gap detection, your AI interview prep. Class name for this, relative, again Z of 10, text of XS, text is going to be muted, font is going to be of mono. So next is going to be a form panel, that's going to have all of the children over here. So here I'm going to say div, pass on your children. Here I'm going to say class name width is going to be a full and then a max width of small. Flex, item center, justify of center, padding of 8, and then BG of ink. Well, so that's pretty much it. This is the entire thing for your auth layout.tsx. Also, we're going to have a main layout for the auth. Okay, that's going to be the auth layout. So press on auth, new file. I'm going to say underscore layout.tsx. Here I'm going to say export default function. It's going to be your auth group layout. Here, I'm going to have in your children. Let's define the children type. That's going to be of React node. Okay, and here I'm going to say return your auth layout with all of the children. Import it from components and then children over here. Save the file. So this file is basically your shared layout for the auth route component in our application. So what it exactly does is it's going to wrap every page inside the auth folder that we have over here. Okay, that is your sign up as well as the login within the auth layout component automatically. So what happens is both the pages get the split screen design that we have over here. That is your brand panel towards the left, your scan line, and all of the other designs that we have. All right. So that's the reason we've implemented the auth group layout over here. So now let's similarly move on to the next one. That's going to be a sign up page, sign up page.tsx. That's going to be this one. Okay, not this one, sign up, your login, because sign up is already done. So yeah, again over here I'm going to have my login page being designed. Here I'm going to say export default function login page. So const router is going to be equals to use router, imported from next navigation, and let's import your use client over here since this is a client component. Again, I'm going to have in all of the required things from the previous screen, that is your form, your set error, the error states, your loading. Okay, I'll be adding it over here. So yeah, you can take a look at it. Import use state from React. Okay, so next I'm going to have the return block over here. Again, make use of fragments. We're going to have your starting piece of text, p tag, which is going to say welcome back. So yeah, class name for this, I'm going to say font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be of widest, okay, and then MB of 2. Save the file. Next, we're going to have a h2 tag, which is going to say, login. Let's pass on the class name for this as well. Font is going to be of display, text of 2XL, font is going to be of semi-bold, and then a MB of 1. Apart from that, I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to say pick up right where you left off. So I'm going to say pick up right where you left off. And for this, I'm going to pass on the class name. Text is going to be of muted, text of SM, and then MB is going to be of 8. Below this again, I'm going to show the error message. You can take a look at it. That's going to look just like this. You can take it from your previous screen, that's the sign up screen. Here I'm going to say form. Okay, again class name space y of 4. Within the form, I'm going to have again the similar stylings for your email, your password, as well as a submit button. I'll be adding it from the previous screens. You can take a look at it. It's going to be the exact same design, just in that previous screen we had the name field. Here you can try to remove that. Apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. So there you go. I've just pasted in the exact same thing as you've done previously. You can take a look at it. We'll just add in 2 fields, that is the email and the password field, and the submit button. So below the form, you're going to have your p tag, which is going to say don't have an account, and then you're going to create one. So add in this. Below this, we're going to have your link from next link. This is going to say create one, and for the link, I'm going to say href is going to be equals to / sign up. Okay, here I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text of paper, and once I hover over it, I'm going to say text is going to be of signal and then transition. Okay, so this part is done, and for the p tag, I'm going to pass on the design. So class name, text is going to be of SM, text is going to be of muted, empty is going to be of 6, and then text is going to be of center. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. You can verify this over here. So sign up, similarly I'm going to say / your login. There you go. Just like that, even this is being applied properly. Fine. Okay, so I think the designs are not yet on point, because I think there is some issue with respect to the Tailwind CSS, I guess. Let me just check that out. So for your globals, you've already done that. If at all there is any issue with the post CSS, let me just check that out as well. So post css.config.mjs. okay, so for some reason, the BG is not getting applied. So let me check where exactly, it's kind of erroring out. Let me check again my globals.css. Let's check out your app.js. Not app.js, your layout.tsx over here. Yeah, so we have imported your globals.css. That's the important step. Okay, so over here also, yeah, we have given the body, font of body, and then BG of ink. Alright, so finally fixed the issue. So the issue was within your TS config. I've forgotten to add one more thing. So the path over here, okay, as you can see, it was mentioned as just /. Okay, so this basically maps to the root of the front-end folder, not your src, right? Whereas we have a separate src folder, and within that we have the components. Okay, so yeah, that's the reason it was not working. Fine, so just change the path, that is to / src, and then everything under that specific src. Okay, this part is done. So now let's design the main page, that is this one, so everything is going to work properly fine. So this is the hard-coded or the boilerplate code that is going to look just like this, as you can see, and we're going to make it look better with our particular UI. So we're going to modify this first of all. So right over here you can remove everything, and we can add a div. By the way, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be min height of screen, bg is going to be of ink, flex, and then flex call. Save the file. There you go, just like that we have that color being shown properly fine. Now the next step is for the nav bar. I'll be adding this, so add the nav over here. Within this a span tag, I'm going to say job prep, and again the dot, you can just take it from the previous part. I've just added it in the similar way. Save the file. There you go, we are able to see that onto the screen. And for the nav bar, class name, flex, items of center, justify of between, px of 8, py of 5, border of b, and border wide by 5. There you go, that's looking pretty neat. You can see the border as well. Next we're going to have a div, by the way. Within that a link tag from next link, you can import it. We are going to have login over here. Next, similarly, it's going to be for register or get started. So pass on the class name for the div. It's going to be flex, item center, gap is going to be a 4. For this one I'm going to say href, it's going to be /login, and also I'm going to pass on the class name over here. Font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be wide, and once I hover over it, it's going to be text of paper, and your transition. Here again href, it's going to be /sign up. I'm going to say class name, font is going to be of mono, text of XS, PG signal, text ink, px of 4, py of 2, rounded is going to be of MD, uppercase, and next I'm going to pass on these values. Save the file. You can take a look at it. Just like that, is looking pretty nice. Okay, this part is done. So I think this is going to come right after the span tag, my bad, not over here. Below your span itself, you're going to have the div. As you can see, that's looking good. Now we have is the main hero section below the nav. I'm going to have the main tag over here. Within that a p tag. Here I'm going to say AI powered job preparation. Okay, class name for this one, I'm going to say font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text of signal, uppercase, tracking is going to be of widest, MB is going to be of 4. I'm also going to pass on the design for the main tag, flex of 1, it's going to be flex call, item center, justify center, px of 8, and then text is going to be of center. And below your p tag, we're going to have a h1 tag, which is going to have a text along with that a span as well. I'll be adding the content inside. You can take a look at it. for the h1, I'm going to pass on the design. It's going to be, font of display. Text is going to be a 5XL. Font of semi-bold. Leading is going to be tight. And max width of 2XL. MB is going to be of 6. There you go. Just like that, is looking pretty neat and clean and super good as well. So yeah, below this we're going to have one more piece of p tag. I'll be adding the content for it. So p, and this is your content. That is what exactly our project does. Pass on the design. Text is going to be muted. Text of LG. Max width of XL. Leading is going to be relaxed, and then MB is going to be of 10. Okay. Next we're going to have a div tag, which is going to have your link, 2 pieces of link. We're going to have start for free, and apart from that we're going to have your login as well. Okay, so class name, I'm going to say flex, item center, gap is going to be a 4. For this one again, href, it's going to be / sign up. Class name, bg is going to be signal. Text is going to be of ink. Font is going to be of medium. Okay, text of sm. Rounded of md. px of 8. py of 3. And once I hover over it, I'm going to say bg signal by 90, and I'm going to say transition over here. For this one, similarly, href, it's going to be / login, and I'll be adding the class name for this. You can take a look at it. It's going to be just like this. Let's write it properly. That is login. And finally, we're gonna, map over the features and then show it onto the screen. There you go. It's looking something like this. Okay. So I think the p and the div should come within the main tag. That's the reason it is showing in a different design. So let's verify that. As you can see, that's looking pretty neat. So below your div itself, again, we're gonna map over some designs. I'm gonna say map. I'll be getting the design for that. You can take a look at it. And for the div, I'm going to pass on the flex of row, and then flex of wrap, items of center, justify center, gap is going to be of 3, and empty of 14. Save, and boom, just like that. As you can see, it's looking pretty neat. So yeah, this part is working fine. Next, you're going to have the main footer. That's going to be this one. We're going to have a p tag, which is going to say built with love, and then add Sujan Anand, some random ID over here. Okay. Pass on the class name. It's going to have, a font of mono. Text of XS. Text is going to be muted. For the footer, I'm going to say class name, px of 8, py is going to be of 5, and then border is going to be of t, border white by 5, and then text is going to be of center. So yeah, there you go. It's working properly fine. Okay. So once you press on login, and there you go. Just like that, everything's working fine. You just need to set this up properly so it looks just like this. Correct? Same thing goes to sign up as well. Once I press on sign up or get started, it should come to this one. So basically, this is going to come towards the right hand side, and we're also going to implement the scan line functionality that is going to be coming from the top to bottom level. Let me once check out my auth layout.tsx, what exactly is happening over here. Okay, so yeah, we have given the proper grid and then grid calls as well on the large screen. That is grid calls of 2. So it's going to split it into 2 parts over here. Okay, so finally find out the issue. So here the spelling is wrong for relative. That's the reason it is coming like that. So make it proper. relative. And by the way, this div should come within the inner div. Okay, remove that and then add it over here. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, is working properly fine. It's looking really nice and clean as well. So this is your sign up, and this is gonna be login. There you go. This looking pretty neat and clean. Okay, so yeah, this step is done. So now the next step is actually the backend is not yet set up. As you can see, only the folders are present, but any of the implementations is not yet done for services, types, or any of the other folders. So yeah, first of all, let's try to implement it. Okay, so I'm going to go into my utils folder and then create all of the helper functions. First of all, for JWT.ts file, here we're going to have all of the functions for generating access token, generating refresh token, verifying the access token, your refresh token, and so on. So here I'm going to say export interface. It's going to be token payload. Here it's going to have in two things, your user ID as well as your email. That's the payload you're going to assign. Email is going to be your string. Next over here I'm going to say export function generate access token. Here it's going to have payload of your token payload. Here it's going to be a string. Okay, and here I'm going to say return your JWT. We need to import that from JSON web token. So here I'm going to say import JWT from JSON web token, and also your env as well. So here I'm going to say return JWT dot use the sign method. Here we're going to have your payload comma your env. So first of all, let's try to import that onto the top. Okay, so I don't think it's present, so let me just check that over here. Yeah, within the config we need to create a env.ts file. Here, yeah, first of all, let's import the required things, and then it should work in the other screen. So import .env from .env. Okay, I don't think the packages are installed. Okay, it's the .env is present, but not sure why it's erroring out. Next I'm going to say, I think we need to use it .env.config. Okay, that's good. Next I'm going to say function get env for that specific key, that is going to be of string over here. Okay, and I'm going to say fallback is also going to be of string, and here I'm going to say const value is going to be equals to process.env of that specific key. If it's present, return that, else go into the fallback value. Okay, here I'm going to check if at all my value is equals to your undefined, then here I'm going to say throw new error. Here I'm going to say missing required environment variables. Okay, here I'm going to say $key, and here I'm going to say return your value. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this is the function for your get env. So let's try to export the env over here with all of our required values. So export const env, I'm going to write it like this, that is going to be equals to node_env. Okay, I'm going to say get env of your key, that is going to be node_env, and the value, that is going to be development. Okay, so previously we just used to directly export it from the env file, but we're going to write it just like this so it becomes easy to access. We can directly say env dot that specific key, and automatically the value should be fetched. Okay, so for your port is going to be a parse int of your get env. Your key is going to be port over here, and the value is going to be 5000. Next, I'm going to have it for the log level. So this is again going to be over here, get env of your database URL. Next, I'm going to have it for the remaining ones, that is your JWT access secret, JWT refresh secret, your access expiry, your refresh expiry, and your Anthropic API key as well. So that is going to be just like this. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, env is now imported. We can continue writing the function for this. So we're going to say after payload it's going to be env dot your JWT access secret. Okay, and over here we're going to pass in your expires in as well. So expires in, it's going to be env dot your JWT and then access expiry. Here I'm going to say as your JWT dot, we have the sign in options. Okay, sign options. Let's try to manually import the env over here because it's already exported. Yeah, just like this. So yeah, this function is done. Let's similarly write it for the remaining ones. So I'm going to say export function generate refresh token. It's going to have your payload of your token payload of string, and I'm going to say return JWT dot sign of payload comma env dot your JWT refresh secret. This is the one. Okay, here again your expires in, it's going to be your env dot your JWT refresh expiry. Okay, again here I'm going to say as JWT dot sign options. That's it. Let's move on to the next one. That's for the verify access token as well as your verify refresh token. So export function verify access token. It's going to have your token of string over here. Here I'm going to say token payload. Here I'm going to say return JWT dot your verify of token comma env dot JWT access secret. Okay, as your token payload. That's it. Similarly, you're going to have for the final one export function. It's going to be verify refresh token. So it's going to have again a token of string. It's going to be of type token payload. Here I'm going to say return JWT dot your verify of that specific token comma env dot your JWT refresh secret as your token payload. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, this step is working properly fine. We can move on to the next step. So the next step is to initialize the logger for the entire application. So for that we're going to implement it using Winston. Okay, so yeah, within your utils I'm going to say logger.ts. okay, so initially on the top I'm going to say import Winston from Winston. Next, import, there is a method called as daily rotate file. From the Winston daily rotate file, import that. And from the Winston.format, we're going to use a bunch of methods, that is combine your timestamp, your printf, colorize, as well as JSON. So I'm going to say const combine timestamp, printf, colorize, and then JSON is going to be equals to Winston.format. So first of all, let's try to implement the console format. So that's going to be shown onto the screen. Okay, like into the console. So I'm going to say const console format. This is the implementation for that. It's going to be equals to combine. I'm going to call the colorize method over here, as well as include your timestamp as well. So let's try to add it over here just like this, and I'm going to say printf. So here I'm going to say your level, message, timestamp, as well as all of your metadata. Here I'm going to say const meta string is going to be equals to your object.keys of your meta dot length. If it is present, then I'm going to say json dot stringify of meta, else it's going to be an empty string. Here I'm going to say return all of your details in this format, that is $timestamp. That's going to be the first detail onto the console. Next, your level, I'm going to say $level. Next, your message, as well as your $meta string. So next I'm going to implement your file format, how exactly it's going to look. So const file format is going to be equals to, I'm going to say combine of your timestamp, comma JSON. Okay. Next I'm going to initialize your main logger. So we're going to use the Winston package, and we have the create logger method. Use that. Here pass on the level. Here I'm going to say error is going to be 0. Okay. And your one, it's going to have a level of 1. Info is going to be 2. Next, HTTP is 3, and your debug is going to be a 4. Okay, so here I'm going to say level is going to be, okay, the first one is levels, by the way. This is level. It's going to be env dot your log level. Env is already imported, or imported dot your log level. Here I'm going to use the transports. Okay, it's going to be your new Winston dot transports dot use the console, and here pass on the format that we have defined. It's going to be the console format. So it's going to be showing in the backend console whatever is required, that is the required informations. Next, I'm going to say new daily rotate file. Here we're going to pass on the file name, by the way. So it's going to go into this location within the same folder, logs, and then app modulus, or the percentage symbol, and then the date.log. Okay, just like this. Your date pattern is going to be this one. So year, month, and then day. Max files, I'm going to say, is going to be for 14 days. Format is going to be your file format. So once that's done, I'm going to say new daily rotate file. Again, it's going to have your file name, date pattern, level, and max files, and then your file format. I'll be adding that over here. You can take a look at it. It's going to be just like this. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's try to add the colors as well now. So I'm going to say Winston dot, we have the add colors method. Use that, and here I'm going to say HTTP. It's going to be magenta, and we can try to say export your logger. So export default logger. Let's try to save the file. We can remove the error, not required for now. Even HTTP got imported, and that is also not required. Save. Okay, this part is done. So now let's write a simple function for the hashing of password as well as the comparing of password. For that, come back to utils and then create a new file. I'm going to say password.ts, and here I'm going to say import Bcrypt from your Bcrypt.js. Okay, let's initialize the number of salt rounds, that is going to be equals to 12. Okay, next I'm going to say export your async function. It's going to be hash password, by the way. it's going to have in your plain password taken in string, and then it's going to give the hashed password and result. So I'm going to say plain password. This is going to be entered by the user in the input field. It's going to be of promise and then of string, just like this. Okay, here I'm going to say return Bcrypt dot use the hash method. Here I'm going to say a plain password comma your salt rounds. Okay, next I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be compare password. Here I'm going to say plain password of string comma, it's going to take in your hashed password as well. So here I'm going to say hashed password. This is also going to be of type string. Okay, here again it's going to be promise and it's going to return a true or false. So again boolean. Here next you're going to use your compare method from Bcrypt. That's the simplest way. So I'm going to say return use a Bcrypt dot compare and just pass on the two things, your plain password as well as your hash password. So this would either give you a true or false after comparing with the original password. That's it. So next we're going to write a small function that we're going to use it later. That's going to be with respect to the PDF extraction. Okay, so within your utils I'm going to create a new file that is going to be pdf extractor.ts. So pdf extractor.ts. Here I'm going to say import fs from new fs / promises. Next import your pdf parse. I hope it's installed this package from pdf parse. Okay, next over here I'm going to define the extract text from PDF. So let's say we have a PDF that is in the form of a resume. We're going to extract all of the text from that. Okay, that's going to be this function. So export async function. I'm going to say extract text from PDF. Here I'm going to say pass on the file path, that is going to be string. Here I'm going to say promise of string. Let's try to first of all initialize the buffer. So I'm going to say const buffer is going to be equals to await. Use the package. We have the read file method that's built in and just pass on the file path to it. Next initialize your parser. So const parser is going to be equals to new PDF parse, implement it and pass on the data. That is going to be a buffer itself, whatever it has read. Here let's try to have in the try catch block. Here let's try to get in the text. Okay, not try catch, try finally. Here I'm going to say await your parser dot destroy once it's done. Within the try block I'm going to initialize my result. So const result is going to be equals to await your parser dot get text. Okay, next I'm going to say return sanitize text. So this is the function that we're going to define of that specific result.text. That's it. Let's try to save the file. I'll be adding the functions for this over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this is going to remove the null bytes. That is, Postgres basically rejects all of these and we're going to trim it and we're going to get it all in your text format. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it. So now let's go and then write your middlewares. Okay, that's going to be for the auth. That's the first step. So come back to the middlewares folder and then your auth.middleware.ts. Okay, so here I'm going to first of all say export interface your auth request extends request. Here I'm going to say user ID, that is going to be of string, and user email, that is going to be of string as well. Next I'm going to say export async function authenticate. So this function is going to run before any route runs, if at all we have mentioned it in the routes part. Okay, such that just to prove the user is the user themselves, correct? So request is going to be of type auth request, response of response, and then next is going to be of your next function. Import that from Express, and also import all of these functions as well. That is your verify access token. Okay, so it's going to be promise of void. So let's try to add in that, and here I'm going to have my try as well as your catch block. So catch, here I'm going to say result.status of 401.json with a status that is going to be error and a message that is going to be invalid or expired token. Okay, that's it. Let's come back to your try block and let's initialize the auth header. So const auth header is going to be equals to request.headers dot your authorization. Next, const token is going to be equals to auth header dot split of 1, and if at all not of token, I'm going to say result dot status of 401.json. Here status is going to be of error. Okay, and message is going to be no access token is provided. That's it. Okay, and we can directly try to return over here. So this part is done, and first of all, next step is to check if at all the token has been blacklisted, that is your user is logged out. So I'm going to say const blacklisted equals to await your Prisma imported from Prisma client. Okay, I think we need to write it in a separate way. I'll be adding that. You can just take a look at it. So within the lib folder is going to be a prisma.ts file. So lib, here I'm going to say prisma.ts and then add it over here. You can take a look at it. That's how you're going to initialize the Prisma with the help of your Prisma adapter PG and the Prisma client. So you can pause for a bit and then you can take a look at it. Come back over here, import it from the lib. So I'm going to check Prisma dot your blacklisted tokens dot find the unique where it should match your token. Okay, and furthermore check if at all your blacklisted is true. Again, result.status of 401.json with a status that is going to be of error and your message that is going to say token has been revoked. So token has been revoked, and then we can directly try to return from the function. Next, I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to verify access token of that specific token. Okay, and set the user ID. So request.user ID is going to be equals to your decoded.user ID. Next, I'm going to say request.your user email is going to be decoded.your email, and then I'm going to say move on to the next function. That's it. Okay, so this is your entire method for the authenticate middleware. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now we can move on to the next step, that is to start writing the auth service over here. Okay, so yeah, let's come back to the services folder and we're going to write the first service auth.service.ts. So here first of all I'm going to say export class auth error extends error, and over here I'm going to say status code is going to be of number. Okay, I'm going to use a constructor method over here, which in turn is going to take in a message of string and your status code that is going to be equals to 400. Here I'm going to say super of message, and I'm going to say this dot status code is going to be equals to status code. Next, let's try to write the function for signing up of the user. I'm going to say export async function sign up a user. It's going to take in the input of type sign in input. I think I've not defined the types over here, so it's going to say sign up input. So we're going to have a folder that is your types folder. Within that, we're going to have your auth.types.ts. auth.yourtypes.ts. Here we can actually import your Zord initially. So import z from Zord. Here I'm going to say export const sign up schema is going to be equals to your z.object. Here your name is going to be equals to z.string dot min of 2. Here I'm going to say name must be at least 2 characters. And here I'm going to say email is going to be your z.string dot email. Here I'm going to say invalid email address. Okay, next I'm going to say password. It's going to be z.string dot min of 6 comma password must be at least 6 characters. Okay, we can move to the next step. That's for the login schema. So you can take a look at it. Next, I'm going to say export type. Your sign up input is going to be equals to, let's say 0.infer. Here I'm going to write type of your sign up schema. Let's try to initialize it just like this. Next, for the login input similarly, so export type your login input equals to z.infer. I'm going to say type of login schema. Let's try to save the file. Here we can import the sign in input from that specific file. So the first step is to actually check if at all any kind of existing user is already present with that specific mail. So I'm going to check it just like this. Import Prisma from the lib folder. If at all existing user exists, here I'm going to say throw new error. I mean not new error, new auth error. That's the one which you have to find. Here I'm going to say an account with this email already exists. Here pass on 409. Okay, next I'm going to say const hashed password is going to be equals to await hash password imported from the utils, and pass on the value that's going to be input.password. Okay, let's try to create the user. So const user is going to be equals to await prisma.user dot use the create method and pass on the data over here. Your name is going to be equals to input.name and email is going to be equals to your input.email. Password is going to be your hashed password, just like this. Okay, and next let's try to use the logger as well that we have created, and I'm going to say logout.info. I'm going to say new user is signed up. Here I'm going to say user ID, that is going to be user.id. Your email, that is going to be your user.email. That's it. So now the next step is to create two more tokens, that is access token as well as refresh token. So const access token is going to be equals to call your generate access token, and here I'm going to say user ID is going to be your user.id, your email I'm going to say user.email. Similarly for the next one, const refresh token is going to be equals to generate refresh token, import that as well. Again, pass on two things, your user ID as well as the email. It's going to be the exact same thing. Once that's done, we can try to return three things to the front end: your access token as well as the refresh token and the user related information. So I'm going to say return user ID is going to be your user.id, your name, that is going to be user.name, email, that is going to be user.email, and is premium, I'm going to say user.is premium. Okay, next I'm going to say access token and then your refresh token. So now next let's write the function for login of the user. Okay, it's going to be pretty simple again. So over here I'm going to say export async function, I'm going to say login user, it's going to take in the input of login input, import it from types. Next I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await prisma dot user dot your find unique. Here I'm going to say where your email is going to be your input dot your email. Okay, again check the condition, if at all not of user, I'm going to say throw new error, throw new auth error. I'm going to say invalid email or password and then pass on the status code, that's going to be 401. Next I'm going to first of all check if at all the password is valid with the help of the compare password method. So I'm going to say const is password valid equals to await, call the compare password of the input dot password comma the user dot password. Next, if not of is password valid, I'm going to say throw new error and I'm going to write invalid email or password with a error that is 401. Okay, next I'm going to say if at all it's correct, then give a logger message saying that the user is logged in. So there should be auth error by the way. Next again let's try to create two things, access token as well as the refresh token, and then we can just initialize it just as we have done it previously. Just it's going to be the same thing, and we can try to return the same thing to the front end part as well. So copy that down and then add it over here. Save. This step is done. Now I'm going to write it for the final function, that is going to be logout. So export async function, that is going to be logout of user, it's going to have access token of string and the user ID, that is going to be of string as well. Next, const decoded is going to be equals to JWT dot decode of your access token as expiry, that's going to be of number or null. I'm going to calculate the expires at over here with the help of this function or this method. And next I'm going to say await your Prisma, now we're going to say blacklisted tokens dot, we need to create it once they log out, and here I'm going to say data. Within the token I'm going to say pass on the access token, your user ID as well as the expires at. So once that's done, I'm going to say your logger dot info. Here I'm going to say user logged out and token is blacklisted with that specific user ID. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to import your JWT from your JSON web token onto the top. Save. So the first service we have written down the code. So for the routes, I'm going to create your, not routes, your controllers. It's going to be auth.controller.ts file. That is going to be over here. So auth.controller.ts. So first of all, I'm going to have in my refresh cookie options. You can take a look at it. That is going to be just like this. Import your env from your config. So we're going to have HTTP only, it's going to be true, and secure is going to be this one, and same site I'm going to say lax is const, and this is going to be the maximum age, that is going to be 7 days. Here I'm going to say export async function sign up, request of type request, response of type response. Okay, this is going to be promise of void. Here again try and then catch of error. Here check if at all it's an instance of the auth error, and then we can directly try to return from the function. Import auth error from the service file. So next I'm going to say your logger dot error. Here I'm going to say sign up is failed. Pass on the error. That's going to be error as error dot message. Okay, next I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON of the status. That is going to be of error. Message is going to be something went wrong. That's it within the try block. Let's try to initialize the input. By the way, input is going to be equals to request.body as your sign in input, sign up input from the types. Okay, I'm going to get in a bunch of things from the result, from the sign up user method. That's the user, your access token, your refresh token is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say sign up user from the service file. It's going to have in the input. Okay, and I'm going to say result.cookie. It's going to be with respect to the refresh token. Here I'm going to say refresh token, comma refresh cookie options, and here I'm going to say result.status of 201 dot JSON with a status that is going to be success. Okay, and your user and your access token. So we need to import a couple of things onto the top, your request and your response as well. Okay, that's it. So next we can move on to the next part. That's going to be for the login. So it's going to be the exact same thing, just in case of sign up input. Sign input you're going to take in the login input, and this is going to remain as is. Instead of sign up user, we're going to take in the login user, and pretty much it's going to be the exact same thing. Okay, I'll be adding the code for that. You can take a look at it. So that's going to be for the login. So import login input as well as the login user. Apart from that, everything is going to remain as is from the previous function. Next is going to be for the logout. So let me just write that over here. So I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say logout request of type auth request. Okay, next I'm going to say response of your response, which is already imported. Here I'm going to say promise of void. Here let's try to have in your try catch block, catch of error. I'm going to say logger dot your error. I'm going to say logout is failed. Here I'm going to say error is going to be error as error dot message. Next I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON. Pass on the status over here. So status is going to be error and your message is going to be something went wrong. Okay, within the try block I'm going to say const auth header is going to be equals to request dot headers dot your authorization. Next const access token is going to be equals to auth header. First of all, let's split the token and get that specific value. To access the first value, to access the token, it's going to be the first value. That's going to be like bearer token. To access the token part, it's going to be of 1. Next const user ID is going to be equals to your request dot your user ID. Okay, next I'm going to check if at all we do have the access token and user ID. Next I'm going to say await logout user. It's going to have your access token comma your user ID. Okay, next I'm going to say result dot clear cookie and pass on the key. That's going to be refresh token, and here I'm going to say refresh cookie options. And next I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON. I'm going to say status is going to be success and message is going to be logged out successfully. Okay, let's try to save, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and create the routes. It's going to be auth.routes.ts. Here new file auth.yourroutes.ts. First of all, let's initialize your router. By the way, const router is going to be equals to router. Import that from Express. You're going to write 3 things: router.post. It's going to be / sign up. Here I'm going to say validate of your sign up schema from the types comma your sign up. This sign up is going to be coming from the controllers. This is the one. Next, router.post. It's going to be / login. And again validate. So this method is not yet written. We're going to write that now. Your login schema as well as your login from your controllers file. Next, router.post. It is going to be / logout. And pass on the authenticate is required and your logout from the controllers. Here I'm going to say export default router. I'm going to add in the validate middleware as well. You can take a look at it. It's going to be pretty simple itself. So create a middleware file that is validate.middleware.ts. So here I'm going to say validate.middleware.ts and then add it over here, just like this. Okay, so let's understand what exactly this file does. So you can consider this as a reusable validation middleware factory. So it basically creates a Zod schema and returns a express middleware function that is basically going to validate any kind of incoming request body against that specific schema that we've written before it reaches your controller file or the controller implementation. So why exactly do we need this? Because without this particular function, some kind of bad data can reach your database. So someone could actually send a sign up request with no email, an empty password, or completely wrong field names as well, without any kind of validation. So your controller would try to process it and either crash or insert some kind of garbage values into the DB. So with this, the user needs to enter proper values, then only they will be able to hit the controller or the next implementation. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to import over here, validate from the middleware file, save. Okay, so now next let's create the main file, by the way, that is going to be your app.ts. And I think we also have, yeah, first of all let's write the app.ts file. I don't think we've written the code for that, so press on src and then new file, app.ts, enter. Here import the required things, by the way. I'm going to say import your Express, comma, your application from Express. Okay, I'm going to import my course, import course from course. Next I'm going to say import helmet from helmet. Next I'm going to import three more things, your compression, your cookie parser, as well as Morgan. That is just like this. Apart from that, yeah, let's try to initialize the instance of the application. So I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to Express. Next I'm going to say app.use of helmet. Okay, next I'm going to say app.use of your course as well. Pass on the origin, that is going to be process.env dot your frontend URL, or it is going to be http localhost 3000. Next I'm going to say credentials is going to be true. Okay, next I'm going to say app.use of compression as well. Apart from that, I'm going to write app.use, it's going to be your express.json, limit is going to be 10 MB. Next I'm going to say app.use express.url encoded, extend is going to be equals to true. And also your cookie parser, I'm going to add that code as well, just like this. Now let's try to create an auth limiter so our API doesn't get boomed or bombed with many requests. So I'm going to say const auth limiter, it's going to be equals to rate limit from express rate limit. It's going to take in your window ms, that's going to be 15 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 1000. Okay, your max is going to be equals to 10. Message, pass on the status, that is going to be of error. And your message over here, I'm going to say too many requests or too many attempts. Please try again later. And I'm going to say standard headers is going to be true, as well as your legacy headers is also going to be true. Okay, next I'm going to say your analyze limiter. Again, similarly, you can copy down from the previous one and then you can make the changes. Okay, so for the previous one, it was for 15 minutes. This is going to be for yours 1 hour. Apart from that, just the message is changed and rest all it's going to remain as is. So now next I'm going to say const Morgan stream is going to be equals to pass on your write method, by the way. This in turn is going to take in the message of string. Here I'm going to say logger.http. Here I'm going to say message.trim. Okay, here I'm going to say app.use of your Morgan, I'm going to say combined over here, and pass on the stream as well. So your stream is going to be a Morgan stream as any. Okay, that is just like this. So here we're going to pipe the Morgan's HTTP requests logs into your Winston. That's what we are doing over here. Next, you're going to have a health check being implemented, that is for app.get/API/health, taking the request as well as the response. And over here, I'm going to say result status of 200, and then status is going to be okay, and pass on the timestamp as well. Next, for the API routes, app.use, it's going to be /API and then /auth. Taking the auth limiter and pass on your auth routes. We need to import the auth routes from the top part over here. Here I'm going to say import your auth routes from at your routes / your auth.routes. That's it. Let's try to save the file. And we can try to, export the default app over here. Just like this. Let's also write an endpoint for the DB check. I'm going to say app.get. It's going to be /API/DB check. It's going to be an async method with your request as well as the response over here. I'm going to have a try. I'm going to have a catch of error. Then I'm going to say result.status of 500.json. Pass on the status, that is going to be of error, and I'm going to say message, that is going to be error as error dot message. For the try block, I'm going to say const user count is going to be equals to await prisma dot user dot count, and I'm going to say result.status of 200.json, and I'm going to say status is going to be connected and pass on the user count. That's it. So yeah, this part is done. We can move on to the server.ts file. I'm going to say new file server.ts onto the root level. So now here onto the top, I'm going to import few things, that is all of these, and I'm going to say const server is going to be app.listen method. It's going to be your env dot port, and taking a function, I'm going to say logger dot your info. I'm going to write on the message with a emoji. You can take a look at it. I'm going to say server running on port in your development mode. Next, you're going to have two more process events. So I'm going to say process.on for your unhandled rejection. Pass on the reason over here, and I'm going to say logger.error unhandled rejection, and pass on the reason over here. Next, similarly for process.on, here I'm going to say uncaught exception of the error. Here I'm going to say logger.error of the uncaught exception. Here I'm going to say error is going to be error dot message, and your stack is going to be error dot stack. Here I'm going to say server.close, pass on a method taking a function. Here I'm going to say process.exit of 1. Okay, just like this. So this part is done. So I hope we have written the code or the scripts. As you can see, dev, build and start is there. Let me just verify that with my previous project. I'm going to add in all of the required things. So along with all of these, I'm also going to add the lint as well. Save the file. So we can directly try to execute your yarn run dev. It should execute your server.ts file, and after all we've done everything correctly, okay, it should be showing the message that is running on localhost 5000. So yarn run dev, make sure you're into the backend folder. Okay, so we do have few issues. Let me just fix that up. So there you go. It's currently working properly fine. So there was an issue with respect to the TypeScript version. So I just did a downgrade for it. So I just went to the backend folder, that is cd backend, and then I executed this command, that is to install 5.8.3. okay, so add that, and there is one more thing to remove. There is something called as ignore deprecations 6.0 over there, was added within the tsconfig.json. So just go ahead and try to remove that. Okay, and as you can see, we are able to see the backend running properly fine. So now let's come back to the store, to the front end part, and then let's create the auth store. That's going to be the next step. So I'm going to say new file, auth store.ts. okay, here I'm going to say interface user. It's going to have an ID that is going to be of string. It's going to have a name of string, email of string as well, is premium, is going to be boolean. okay, next we're going to have the interface for the auth state, by the way. So here I'm going to say auth state, your user is going to be of type user or null. Next is your access token, that is going to be string or null, is authenticated, that's going to be a boolean, and set auth, I'm going to say user of type user, and access token is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say void. Next is with respect to your clear auth method. So this is also going to return a void. Okay, that's it. Next, let's move on to the next part, that is to create the auth store. So I'm going to say export const use auth store, that is going to be equals to your create method from Zustand. It's going to take in the type, that's going to be of auth state, by the way. Here I'm going to say persist, take in the set value, and here initially your user is going to be null, and your access token initially it's going to be again null as well, is authenticated is going to be false, and then set auth, I'm going to take in of the user and your access token. Next here I'm going to say set of your user comma access token, and yeah, we are also going to set your is authenticated value to be of true. Okay, next I'm going to say your clear auth method. You're just taking a normal function over here and try to set the value. So I'm going to say set your user is going to be of null, and your access token is also going to be of null, and is authenticated is going to be false. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it, and we're going to pass the name for the storage, that is your, it's going to be a key in your local storage. So here I'm going to say name is going to be auth storage. So yeah, make sure to import persist from Zustand as well as your create method from Zustand, and we can try to set it up just like this. So yeah, that's pretty much it with respect to your auth store. Now we can go back to the hooks and then create a hook that's going to be use require auth. Okay, here I'm going to say new file, I'm going to say use require auth.ts. Here I'm going to say use client, I'm going to say export your function use require auth. Okay, next I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. Next I'm going to say const is authenticated is going to be equals to your use auth store. and just get the is authenticated value, and whether or not, if at all they're authenticated, we're going to show to the login screen. Okay, so next over here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to, again, use auth store, and then access your user value s.user. That's how we access it. And within a use effect, I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all not of your user, this is going to be dependent upon is authenticated as well as your router as well. So your user router should be coming from your navigation, by the way. So I'm going to say next and then navigation. So over here I'm going to check if not of is authenticated, then we're going to say router.push to be of /login. That's going to be just like this. Okay, here we're going to return few things. I'm going to say return your user as well as is authenticated. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we can move on to the next step, that is to the services file into the front-end folder. Okay, not services, we're going to have a lib folder, by the way, it's already created. Within that, I'm going to create a auth service.ts. So here I'm going to write 3 helper functions that we're going to use while logging in, signing up, as well as logout. So export your async function. I'm going to say sign up request. Here I'm going to say your payload, that is going to be of sign up payload. Okay, I don't think the auth is defined. Types, okay, yeah, first of all let's define this. Within this we're going to have a auth.ts file. So auth.ts. First of all, export interface your auth response. Status is going to be of string. User is going to be of user. Access token is going to be of string. Next, let's move on to the API error response interface. So export interface API error response. Here I'm going to say status is going to be of string. Any kind of message, that's basically optional, again of string. And all of the errors is going to be in this type within an object. Your field, that is going to be of string, and message is going to be of string, and we can have in a form of array. Next is your skill gap request. I'll be adding that, you can take a look at it. Apart from that, your interview question. So export interface your interview question. I'm going to say category, that is going to be of string. Your question is also going to be of string. And difficulty, it's either going to be easy or medium or hard. Okay, and I'm going to say tip is going to be of type string. Finally, it's for your interview question result. So I'm going to say export default, not default, interface interview questions result. I'm going to say questions is going to be of type interview question, and I'm going to say focus area is going to be a array of strings, just like this. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So yeah, I think user is not defined. That's the next step. It's erroring out over here. So I'm going to say export interface user. It's going to have ID of string and name of string, email of string, and is premium is going to be of boolean. Next, for the sign up payload as well as the login payload, export interface sign up payload. name is going to be of string. Okay, and email is also going to be of string, password of string as well. Next, export interface login payload, email of string and password of string. Okay, I think auth response and API error response, all of these have been completed. Save this file. Next, again come back to the auth service. Here import your sign up payload. Okay, here I'm going to say promise of your auth response, import it from the types. Here I'm going to say const data, destructure it by the way, is going to be equals to await API. So yeah, API is not yet initialized, so I'm going to say API dot, it's going to be post method. I'm going to say auth response, and it's going to be the URL /auth and then / your sign up, and pass on the payload over here. Okay, next similarly export async function. I'm going to say login request over here, pass on the payload, that is going to be login payload. Here I'm going to say promise of type auth response. Here next I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await your API dot post of type auth response. So again it's going to be /auth and then / your login, and then it's going to again take in your payload over here. Okay, just try to return the data over here. I think we've not returned it over here onto the top, so again say return data. Okay, next finally is for the logout. I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be logout request. Okay, it's just going to be promise of void. Here I'm going to say await your API dot post. It is just going to be /auth and then / your logout. Save the file. Let's create that API. So within your lib folder itself, I'm going to create a Axios.ts file. Okay, on the top import your Axios from Axios, and let's try to initialize the API. Const API is going to be equals to your Axios.use the create method. Here pass on your base URL, that is going to be process.env dot your next underscore public underscore API URL. Okay, I'm going to say with credentials is going to be true. Pass on all of the headers over here. I'm going to say content type is going to be application /JSON. Next we need to attach the access token to every outgoing request. So I'm going to say API dot interceptors dot use the request dot use. This in turn is going to take in your config by the way, and try to access the token. That's going to be equals to your use auth store. That's how we get it. We can directly try to access the get state and then access the access token dot access token. Okay, and if at all your token value is present, set it as the barrier. With the help of the config we can do that. So I'm going to say config dot your headers dot your authorization is going to be equals to barrier $token. Okay, and then we're going to say return the specific config. That's it. So next is to handle your token invalid or token revoked. So let's say if at all the backend is going to say token is invalid or token is revoked, the user needs to be logged out, correct? So here I'm going to say API.interceptors.response.use. This in turn is going to have in your response by the way. Initialize the response It's also going to have your error method. So error over here, check if at all your error dot your response dot status is going to be equals to 401. So then here call the logout method. So use auth store dot get state dot your clear auth. Okay, once that's done, here I'm going to say return promise dot reject of that specific error. That's it. Let's say receive the file. We can come back over here, import the API from your utils folder, not utils, your lib folder. Okay, I think we've not exported it over here. So come back to the Axios.ts file. We're going to say export default API. Save. Okay, this part is done. Now we can head back to your both login as well as sign up. First of all, for sign up, okay, so here let's try to initialize your function. That is going to be async function handle submit. It's going to take in an event that is going to be of type react dot your form event. Okay, initially e dot prevent default. Next, I'm going to set your error to be of null and loading is going to become true over here. Access your try and then catch block, catch of error if is your Axios error with respect to the API response, API error response of error. Then here I'm going to say set your error to be of the error dot response dot data dot your message or error dot response dot data dot errors. Okay, of 0 dot message, else it is going to be a sign up failed. Okay, else over here I'm just going to set a normal random error. So set error to be of something went wrong. And over here within the finally block, I'm going to say set the loading to be of false. Within the try block, it's pretty simple. Try to call the function that we just defined. So const data is going to be equals to await your sign up request from the lib and pass on the form. That's basically your data to be passed. And set your auth, by the way, I think this is not yet defined. Get it from the store. So const set auth is going to be equals to use auth store and try to access the value. That is going to be s dot set auth. Here, once you have the data, set auth to be of your data.user as well as your token, data.access token. And we can directly say router.push to be of your / dashboard. Save the file. So this part is done. Let's again move on to the next function, that is your login function. So yeah, even over here we need to get in your set auth. Let me just get that over here and paste it. Import your use auth store. Define the function async function. It's gonna be handle submit. It's gonna be react dot your form event. Okay, next I'm gonna say e dot your prevent default. I'm going to say set error to be of null. Next, set loading to be of true. So again, next let's try to initialize the try catch block over here as we have done previously. So try catch. So for the catch, I'm just going to enter the same thing as we have done previously with a different error message. Import your is Axios error as well as the API response from the types. Okay, and this part is done. And finally, I'm going to say set your loading to be a false. Within the try block, I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await. Use your login request method and pass in the form as data. Next, I'm going to say set your auth to be of your data.user comma data.your access token. Again, router.push to be a / your dashboard. Save the file. So there you go, this is working properly fine. So let's come back to the place where we have the button, and we're going to give the on click. So basically to the form we're going to give it over here. Okay, so not on click, on submit for the form. So on submit is going to be your handle submit. Save. So next, similarly for your next one, that is for sign up, on submit for the form, that is going to be this one. On submit is going to be equals to your handle submit. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, let's go and then check out the front end part, and let's try to actually register and make sure your backend is running. As you can see, it is running. I'm going to say get started. Okay, I'm going to enter my name, my email, and my password, and I'm going to press on create account, and boom, just like that, as you can see, our account got created and we have navigated to / dashboard over here. Okay, as you can see, it's working properly fine. So once we have the dashboard design, currently it's showing 404 page not found because we do not have a dashboard route within our app router. Okay, we only have the auth. You can create that as well, that is the dashboard. Okay, so this is going to be within the app itself. Press on app, new folder, that's going to be the dashboard, and then page.tsx rfce, save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we are getting an error which says the default export is not a React component in your dashboard page. I think we need to do export default function. So export default function, I'm going to say dashboard page over here. So dashboard page, and we're just going to say return a div for now, just like this. Okay, save the file, and this is going to be a use client component. Let's try to add the directive over here, use client, save. There you go, just like that. As you can see, everything is working properly fine, and even the color is also matching our previous colors that we have given. Okay, so yeah, this step is properly working fine. So yeah, so your dashboard is going to look something like this, as we have shown in the demo part of the video. So here the user is going to first of all upload their resume, and once it is uploaded, we're gonna first of all analyze the resume and show the summary, the skills, the projects that they've done, the experience, and all of these things. And once they press on analyze based on a particular job description, we're gonna match it against the resume that they've added over here. Okay, and we're gonna show what is missing, and if at all any interview questions is there, even that feature is going to be implemented. Okay, for that specific job description, all of the main interview questions are going to be shown with the solutions as well. So that's going to be the next step. So we can move on to the next service, to the backend part, that is going to be our resume service. Okay, that is going to be helpful in getting the resume, uploading the resume, as well as parsing the resume and showing all of these analysis of that specific resume. Okay, so for that, let's head back to the backend part over here. So we are going to write the second service, that is going to be your resume parser service.ts. New service, I'm going to say resume parser dot service dot ts. All right, so here I'm going to say export interface your parsed resume data here. It's going to have your summary that is going to be of string. Okay, next is with respect to the skills, that is also going to be of string of array. Experience for that specific candidate, title string, let's write it properly, and the company is gonna be string as well. Your duration, again string, as well as your highlights, it's gonna be string as well. We can have n number of experiences, hence a array over here. Next is your education. Even this detail is going to be stored. I'm going to say degree, it's going to be of string, and institution string as well. Years, I'm going to say string, and next is going to be with respect to the total experience, total years experience. I'm going to say of number. Okay, so I'm gonna first of all initialize my extraction prompt. You can take a look at it. So we're gonna pass on this prompt to Claude. Okay, so let's try to add it over here. So as you can see, we're gonna say you are a resume parsing engine. Extract the structured data from the resume text below and return only valid JSON. There is no markdown fences, and it should match the exact shape, that is summary, your skills, experience, as well as your degree and total experience as well. So all these details we're going to show it over here. Okay, and here the resume text is going to be a resume text. So yeah, that's it. So now let's try to write down the function that's going to be parse resume with Claude. I'm going to say export async function. It is going to be parse resume with Claude. I'm going to pass in your resume text, that is going to be of string. Okay, here next I'm going to have promise of parsed resume data. Next, let's try to initialize the prompt over here. So const prompt is going to be equals to your extraction prompt dot, I'm going to say replace with your resume text. By the way, I'm going to say resume underscore text with your resume underscore text. Okay, let's initialize the response. So const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say anthropic. Okay, so this is going to be coming from your lib anthropic. Let's first of all create that. So within the lib, I'm going to say new file anthropic.ts. okay, so here we can say const anthropic is going to be equals to new anthropic, and API key is going to be equals to env dot your API key, I mean your anthropic API key. env also we need to import, my bad, from your config, by the way. And I'm going to say export const your Claude model. I'm going to use this specific version, that is with respect to Haiku. You can take a look at it, and I'm going to say export default anthropic. That's it. So come back over here, import your anthropic. I'm going to say dot messages dot create method. You're going to pass on the model over here, that is going to be your Claude model. Okay, import that as well. And your maximum tokens, I'm going to say 2048, and your messages over here, I'm going to say the role is going to be with respect to the user, and content is going to be system, a prompt, my bad. So that's it. So next I'm going to say const your text block equals to response.content.find. For every block I need only the content that is going to be equals to your text. Okay, block.type is going to be equals to, as you can see we have a bunch of options. We are interested in the text. I'm going to say if not of text block or your text block dot your type is not equals to a text over here, then here I'm going to say throw new error. I'm going to add Claude did not return a text response. Okay, next I'm going to say const cleaned equals to strip markdown fences. I'll just be adding that function with all of the regular expressions as well. You can take a look at it. So I'm going to say strip markdown fence of that specific text block.text. Next I'm going to say your try block as well as your catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say logger dot your error failed to parse Claude resume JSON. I'm going to say raw text block.text. Next I'm going to say throw new error. Here again fail to parse resume data from your AI response. Alright, within your try block over here I'm going to say return your json.parse of cleaned as your parse resume data. Okay, that's pretty much it. Yeah, let's try to save the file. So what this service does is it's basically going to take in the raw resume text and it sends it to Claude AI with a structured extraction prompt that is going to be this one, and it gets back all of the result in JSON containing your candidate's details, summary, experience, education, total experience, and all of these. So what your strip markdown fences does is it removes any JSON wrappers Claude sometimes adds despite being told not to add. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Next we're going to use the prompt that is going to be having your resume text, this one, so that gets replaced with the actual resume text at runtime. That's the reason we have done it just like this. Okay, and if at all your Claude returns a valid JSON, it gets parsed and returned as a typed parse resume data. And if at all the parsing fails, the raw response is logged, so you can debug exactly what your Claude sent back. So that's the reason we have written this raw text with the text block.text. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. We can move on to the next step. So let's also try to write the upload middleware. That's important because once we upload, this is going to be used and everything is going to be uploaded to the /resumes within the local folder itself. So middleware over here, I'm going to say new one, upload dot your middleware dot ts. Okay, so first of all, onto the top we're going to use three things: multer, path, as well as the request. You can take a look at it. So first of all, let's try to initialize the storage implementation. So I'm going to say const storage is going to be equals to multer. We have a disk storage method, use that, and it's going to take in two things, your destination as well as the file name. So destination is going to be, I'm going to say underscore request comma your file as well as your callback. Here I'm going to say callback of your null comma path dot join. I'm going to say process dot JWT and pass on the directory. I'm going to say /uploads, just uploads and then /resumes. Next, we're going to have your file name. So request file and then your callback. Here I'm going to say const, your unique suffix is going to be equals to this one. So this is going to be attached along with the resume file name. You can take a look at it. Here I'm going to say callback of null, comma dollar unique suffix. Next I'm going to say $path dot ext name of your file dot your original name. Okay, that's it. So this basically is going to configure where and how the uploaded files are saved on disk. It takes in two functions as I told, destination as well as your file name. So file name is going to basically generate a unique name for each file using the day.nav. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, some unique random number .pdf. Okay, so that's it. Now next let's move on to the next function. That's going to be your file filter function. Here I'm going to say function file filter, pass on your request. That's going to be of type request, and your file, here I'm going to say express dot your multer dot file. Next is your callback. I'm going to say multer dot your file filter callback. Here I'm going to check if at all your file dot your mime type is going to be equals to application /pdf. Then here I'm going to say callback of null, comma true. Else I'm again going to call the callback over here and I'm going to say new error, only PDF files are allowed. Okay, so you must have understood what exactly this function is going to do. It is basically going to check the file's MIME type. If it is application /PDF, it calls the CB to accept it. Otherwise, it's going to reject it. Okay. So yeah, that's what it's going to do. So now the next step is to initialize the upload resume method using Multer. I'm going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. And the maximum limit you can upload is 5 MB of the file size. So save. Next, let's go and then write the code for the resume.controller.ts. That's going to be the next step. So resume.controller.ts. Okay. So here I'm going to say export async function upload resume. It's going to take in request of type auth request. It's going to be coming from middleware, and response of type response. Okay, so promise of void. Here initially I'm going to have in my try as well as catch. So yeah, catch of errors. Here I'm going to say import logger dot error, pass on an error message which is going to say resume upload failed. Error is going to be error as your error dot message. Okay, next I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json, pass on the status that is going to be of error, and your message that is going to be failed to process resume. So now within your try block, I'm going to say const your user ID is going to be equals to request dot users id. Next, const file equals your requested file, and if not a file present, I'm going to say result.status of 400.json. Pass on the status that is going to be of errors, and your message is going to be no file is uploaded. First of all, I'm going to import all of the methods over here onto the top. You can take a look at it, and we can remove the one that is not yet used, that is extract text from PDF as well as parsed resume with Claude. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Next, yeah, we also need to return over here if not of user ID. I'm going to say result.status of 101.json. Pass on the status. Again, it's going to be of type error, and your message is going to be unauthorized. Let's try to return over here as well. Next, let's try to set up your file path. That is going to be just like this. All right, next I'm going to say loggers dot use the info method, and I'm going to say resume is uploaded. Now the next step is extracting the text from the resume. So extracting text, I'm going to say pass on user ID, and I'm going to say file name. That is going to be your file dot your file name. So next I'm going to say const your raw text equals to await extract text from PDF of your file path. Here check the condition stating that if not of raw text or your raw text dot length is less than 50, I'm going to say result.status of 400.json with a status message that is going to be of error, and message over here I'm going to say could not extract readable text from this PDF. Okay, next I'm going to use the logger. You can take a look at it. I think one method is not yet initialized, that is, okay, this is there, parse resume with Claude. Okay, that's the correct method itself. It is done. So now let's try to initialize the resume and then create it in the backend. So I'm going to say const resume equals to, I'm going to say await prisma.resume dot use the create method, pass on the data to be created. I'm going to say user ID and your original name, that is going to be file dot original name. Your file URL, make use of backticks, it's going to be this one, uploads / your resumes / file dot your file name. Next I'm going to say parse text is going to be your raw text, and your parsed skills is going to be parsed data as any. That's it. Once that's done, I'm going to send the result as well as initialize the logger message, just like this. Save. Okay, this is the entire function for uploading the resume. So now the next step is to get all of the user resumes. You can just try to query the backend, and then you can try to use the find many method, and you can access all of the required resume details. Let's write down that function over here. So I'm going to say export async function get my resumes. Okay, request is going to be of type auth request, and result type response. Okay, and your promise of void. Here your try as well as your catch block. I'll be adding the code for the catch block. You can take a look at it. It's pretty much similar to the previous one. You can just add and then add it and then modify with respect to the information. So const user ID is going to be equals to your request.user ID. Const resumes is going to be equals to await. Your Prisma is already imported. Dot resume dot find many, where they should match your user ID, by the way. And I'm going to say order by, it's going to be created at in the descending order. Next I'm going to say select ID is going to be true. Okay, next original name is going to be of true. Parse skills is again going to be of true. ATS score true, and then created at is again going to be true. That's it. Here I'm going to say result.status of 200, send the resumes data to the front end part. .json, I'm going to say status over here is going to be success, and pass on all of your resumes. That's it. Save the file. So now let's come back to the routes folder and then create a new route with respect to the resumes. Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to create a new file that is going to be resume.routes.ts. Okay. Here initially I'm going to say const routes is going to be, const router is going to be of router imported from Express. Here I'm going to say router dot is going to be the post method, and / your upload endpoint. It's going to have your authenticate middleware, and here I'm going to say your upload middleware. Okay, I don't think this is written. Dot, I'm going to say single of your resume. Then here we're going to call the upload resume from your controller. Okay. Next you're going to have your router.get of your resume. So just / for this. Again, it's going to have the authenticate middleware. It has to pass through this and get my resumes from the controller. That's it. Next I'm going to say export default router and save. So yeah, let's go and then write the upload middleware.ts. Okay, it is written, I guess. I think some issue with respect to the export, I guess. Let me just check that over here. So with respect to the import statement, okay, I'm going to say import your upload resume as the upload middleware over here, just like this. Okay, from your middlewares and then upload.middleware. So yeah, this step is done, and currently we are able to see your login screen. Not login. Once you log in, it's going to be brought back to / dashboard. Okay, so yeah, we can actually come back to the dashboard and then your page.tsx. And I think before that, let's see if at all there is any kind of store that is required. Yeah, we can try to implement the resume store. That's the next step. We might require it in the front end part. So come back to the store over here. I'm going to say resume store.ts. Here I'm going to interface. Here I'm going to define my interface that is going to be a parsed data. So once the resume is parsed, it's going to look something in this format. So yeah, summary of string. Skills is going to be array of string. Your experience is going to be within an object. Title is going to be of string, and company as well string, and duration also string, and then your highlights, it's going to be again array of strings, and you can have n number of experiences. Next is your education. I think we've already done this previously. That is the type of data. It's going to be string, and institution is going to be again string, which here it's going to be string, not number. And this also like this. And finally we're going to have total years experience and then add it over here. Next, I'm going to write it down for the interface resume over here. I'm going to say interface resume. ID is going to be of string. Your original name is also going to be of string, and past skills is going to be of type parse data or null. Next is your ATS score. It's going to be number or null. Created at, I'm going to say string. Next, I'm going to write it for your interface resume state that is going to be required while creating the store, by the way. So interface, I'm going to say resume state. I'm going to say all of the resumes is going to be of type resume in the form of an array, and then your active resume that is chosen at the current point, I'm going to say resume or null. Next, I'm going to say all of these methods, that is set resume, set your active resume, and then add resume, and then set uploading, that's going to be a boolean, and all of them is going to be of type void. Here I'm going to say export const use resume store is going to be equals to create, imported from Zustand. Next, I'm going to say resume state. I'm going to say set over here. Next, I'm going to say resumes is going to be of an empty array. Active resume, set it to be of null. Is uploading, initially it's going to be false. And set the resumes, it's going to take in the resume, by the way, as a parameter. And we're going to set the data of your resumes. Active resumes, that is going to be resumes of 0. Next, if at all not this value, then it's going to be null. Next, I'm going to say set your active resume. This is again going to take in your resume in your parameter, and then set that specific value, that is your set active resume to be of the resume. That's it. Next, I'm going to say add resume. This in turn is going to take in the resume. Okay, here I'm going to say set your state. I'm going to say your resumes is going to be your resume, comma whatever is there within the state dot your resumes. Okay, and then active resume is going to be that specific resume. And finally, it's going to be with respect to the set uploading. I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. That's going to come over here. That's it. So yeah, let's get back to the dashboard over here. That's with the page.tsx, and we can start importing the required things on the top. So over here, first of all, I'm going to say const your user, comma your is authenticated is going to be from use required auth. We have written a hook previously, remember, so for that we're going to import it. Next is your clear auth is going to be equals to use auth store. I'm going to say it's going to be s dot your clear auth. Next, I'm going to say const resumes, comma your active resume, comma set resumes, comma your set active resume is going to be from your use resume store. That's the one that we just defined. Import it, and let's initialize the router again. So const router is going to be equals to use router from the next navigation. You have to import it. Okay, next I'm going to say use effect, import it from React. Okay, here I'm going to say it's going to be dependent upon is authenticated. So here I'm going to say if not of is authenticated, then I'm directly going to say return, and I'm going to say get my. Okay, so I think we have not written the resume service for the front end part. We'll be writing that in just a bit. Okay, next I'm going to write down the function for handle logout. I'll be adding it. You can take a look at it. It's going to look like this. Logout request is going to be coming from your auth service. This is already written. You can try to import it over here. Next here I'm going to say if not of is authenticated or not of your user. Okay, then here I'm going to say return your div and pass on a p tag, and here I'm going to say checking session and then dot. All right, so for the div I'm going to pass on your class name. I'm going to say min height of screen, bg is going to be of ink, flex, item center, justify center. For this it's going to be font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be widest, and you can try to save the file. So yeah, our design is going to look something like this: nav bar, and then onto the center part of the screen a place where we can upload the resume. Okay, so for the div now itself I'm going to pass on the class name. Here I'm going to say min height of screen, bg is going to be of ink. Okay, here I'm going to have a nav, within that a span with the job prep. I think you can take it from the previous home screen, it's going to be the exact same thing. Add it just like this, and there you go. Just like that we're able to see that onto the screen. For the nav I'm going to say class flex, items of center, justify between, px of 8, py of 5, border is going to be b, and then border white by 5. Save. Okay, as you can see we're able to see that properly. It's looking really nice. Next, below the span I'm going to have a div, by the way, having one more span that is going to show your user.name. That's the user who's currently logged in. It should be showing my name, and here we're going to have a link. Okay, it should say analyze, by the way. This is going to expect a href, so yeah, pass on that. I'm going to say analyze, and for your div I'm going to say class name, give it flex, items of center, a gap of 6. Save the file. Next, for your link also it's going to have basically a class name. I'm going to say font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text of muted, and then uppercase, tracking is going to be wide, and once you hover over it I'm going to say text of paper and then transition. Okay, below this we're going to have a button, by the way, that's going to say logout. All right, I'm going to say button over here, and we're going to say logout. So yeah, class name for this I'm going to say font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be wide, and once I hover it's going to be text of paper and it's going to be transition. That's it. Let's give the on click now itself. So I'm going to say on click, that is going to be equals to handle logout. Let's try to save, and boom, just like that is looking properly fine. So you can press on analyze, it should give you the 404 page not found because we do not have analyze page. Okay, we can come back to the second step, the main tag, where we have all of these designs. That's going to be the next step. Okay, so below your nav I'm going to have a main tag, pass on the div, within that a p tag which is going to say welcome back. So yeah, pass on the class name to this. Font is going to be mono, text of XS, text of signal, uppercase, tracking widest, MB of 2, and for this I'm going to give it some MB of 10 for the outermost div, just for some internal spacing. And there you go. Just like that, it's working fine. It's coming to the correct position, but we need to give the design for the main tag such that it comes towards the center. Correct? I'm going to give it a max width, by the way, of 3xl and mx of auto, so it centers towards the center part of the screen, px of 8, okay, and then py of 12. There you go. Just like that, it's working properly fine. Next, I'm going to have a h1 tag showing the username that's going to be coming over here. Save, and there you go. Just like that, it's looking nice. So the next step is, let's first of all check if at all the resumes data is there. Yeah, it's there. And below the main tag, I mean not the main tag, below your div tag, I'm going to first of all show the design, that is if at all my resumes.length is greater than 1, and we're going to go ahead and then show this specific design, that is all of these, that is resume is analyzed, okay, and what exactly it is present, all these details. Okay, so here, yeah, so basically if at all your resumes.length is greater than 1, we're going to map over all of the resumes. Okay, so if at all more than one resume is added, I think this is not the design for this, because over here we only have one design, one resume is added. So here I'm going to say map over my resumes dot map for every resume. I'm going to go ahead and then show a button over here. Okay, it's going to show the r.original name. That's it for the button. We're going to say key is going to be r.id, and on click I'm directly going to say set the active resume to be of that specific value. And yeah, for this div we're going to pass on the styling. Class name it's going to be flex, and then gap of 2, mb of 6 as well, and then flex of wrap. For your button part, I'm going to say class name, make use of backticks, px of 3, py of 1.5, rounded is going to be md, text of xs, and then font of mono, transition, and if at all your active resume dot my id is equals to my r.id, then it's going to be bg signal, text of ink, else it is going to be bg surface, text is going to be of muted, and then a border white by 10. Once I hover, it's going to be text of paper. Let's try to save the file. Now currently nothing should be shown because the resumes.length is equals to 0. Alright, so yeah, this step is done. Next is basically your upload zone as well as your details with respect to the card. Okay, so we're going to be showing that over here, div, and then resume upload component. Okay, so this is going to be always visible because user can upload more and more resumes. So MB is going to be of 8. So resume upload is going to be within your src components, and then resume upload dot tsx. Where is that? Over here, dot tsx. And here I'm going to say export default function. I'm going to say resume upload. Okay, not like this, my bad. Next I'm going to say, first of all, you're going to have input ref. So I'm going to say file input ref is going to be equals to your use ref imported from React. Here it's going to be based on HTML input element. That's going to be this one, initially pointing to be of null. Okay, next I'm going to say const your drag over, comma set drag over is going to be equals to use state of false. Next const error, comma set error is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be of either string or null, initially pointing to be of null. Next I'm going to get in all of these things, that is uploading, set uploading, as well as your add resume from the use resume store. Okay, so we can for now get into the return block design. Having a div, if at all there is any error with respect to this, first of all go ahead and show that. Here we are going to have error. So class name MB of 4, PX is going to be of 3, PY is going to be of 2, rounded is going to be of MD, BG red of 500 by 10, next border, and then border red is going to be of 500 by 20, and text red of 400, and text is going to be of SM. Okay, for the outermost div it's just going to have a width of full, so it covers the entire space. We can first of all try to import it, so we can try to see the design. Save this as well. Now it's going to have outermost div. Within that it's going to have input. Pass on the ref that we created, that is going to be your file input ref. Okay, and type over here is going to be of file, except I'm going to say .pdf extensions. Class name it's going to be hidden, and on change we're going to first of all handle the file that is going to be written over here. I'll be writing the function in just a bit. Format once. Yeah, so for the div we're going to have all of the design being given. First of all, on drag over, what needs to happen, this is the function, taking an event, and here I'm going to say e dot first of all prevents default, and I'm going to say set your drag over to be of true. Next, on drag leave method is there, so use that. So once you are leaving that specific position, this is going to get invoked, and I'm going to say set your drag over to be of false. On drop, what needs to happen, we need to handle the drop. What will happen once you upload the PDF. We can comment this for now. Next is the class name. Make use of backticks. So it is initially going to be relative. Border of 2, border is going to be dashed, rounded is going to be LG, internal spacing padding of 10, text of center, cursor is going to be pointer, transition is going to be all, and if at all the drag over is present, I'll be adding the design for that. You can take a look at it. It's going to look just like this. Okay, that's the entire design. And if at all your is uploading is true, first of all let's comment this out, save the file, let's see what exactly is being shown. As you can see, this button is there. How nice does that look? Okay, yeah, this design is okay, but we need to make it look something like this. Okay, so we'll fix that up. So the next step is, if at all your is uploading is true, I'm going to show a design over here. That is going to be a div. Okay, so within this I'm going to have a div. So by the way, this is going to be self-enclosing. Next, I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to say analyzing with AI ... else. We're going to have this specific design. Okay, for the outermost div, I'm going to just pass on some design. Class name, it's going to be space y of 3. Here class name, it's going to be width of 8 and then height of 8. Border is going to be of 2 and border of signal. Border is going to be of top. It's going to be transparent, so border top is going to be transparent. Rounded is going to be a full. Animate spin, MX is going to be of auto. So class name for this, I'm going to say font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted, and uppercase, by the way, tracking is going to be widest. That's it. And over here we're basically going to have an inner div. Within that we're going to have SVG. I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. So these are the styles for this. So this is for this particular inner design. And next I'm going to say a class name for this. Again, space y of 3. Below this we're going to have a div. Within that we're going to have a p tag, which is going to say drop your resume here, or we're going to have a span, by the way, over here. So span, I'm going to say browse, pass on the class name for this. It's going to be text of signal. For your p tag, it's going to be text of SM and then text of paper. Pass on the next p tag over here, PDF only, option 8, and then maximum is going to be for 5 MB. So yeah, go ahead and then pass on the class name for this. All right. Okay, I'm giving it for the end tag. So class name, it's going to be font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, empty is going to be of 1. Save the file, and there you go. Okay, so there is some issue with respect to the design within your dashboard page.tsx. Let's just fix that up, otherwise it is not actually extending. It should take the full width. So come back over here. Right, so let's check this out. There you go. Just like that, it's working properly fine. You can take a look at this specific design right from the top. I've just fixed it up with my previous code. So yeah, this step is done. So now the next step is within your page.tsx, if at all any kind of resume is parsed, that is, if it is active, we need to show the resume card for that particular one. So yeah, let's go and then design that specific bit. Just check the condition, simple, active resume. If it's present, then go ahead and then show a resume card. Else go ahead and then show a div, by the way. Okay, yeah, just like this. Here I'm going to say your resume card component, and within the div a p tag which is going to say no resume yet. Below this one more p tag. Let's write that properly, which is going to say upload your resume above to get started with AI analysis. So for the p tag, I'm going to say class name. So I'm going to say font is going to be of mono. Okay, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be widest, MB of 2, and for this specific one, class name, text of SM, text is going to be of muted. For this one, class name, border wide by 10, rounded is going to be of LG, padding of 10, text of center. That's it. So let's first of all go ahead and then design the resume card.tsx. okay, so come back to components, new file, resume card.tsx. So that design is going to show all of these designs with respect to the parsed resume. So all right, let's go ahead and then design this. So here I'm going to say export default function resume card, I'm first of all going to set the active resume, get it from the store, by the way, use resume store. Here I'm going to say s.active resume. If not of active resume, directly try to return. Okay, or not of active resume dot parsed skills. I'm going to say return null. Next, I'm going to say const your parsed skills as the data, and original name is going to be coming from the active resume. Just try to destructure it. Now go ahead and then show the specific design. Div, one more inner div, and here we're going to have a p tag which is going to say resume is analyzed. As you can see, this is the design we're trying to do it. Okay, for this I'm going to say class name, font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text of signal as well. I'm going to say uppercase, tracking widest, and then MB of 1. Here I'm going to say class name space y of 6. For this I'm going to say class name, it's going to be flex, items of center, justify of between. Below the p tag I'm going to pass on one more h2 and show the original name of the resume. That is going to be something like this, Sujan as Anand resume.pdf. Okay, so yeah, class name for this I'm going to say font of display. Apart from that, I'm going to say text is going to be of XL, text of muted. Okay, then okay, not this one, it's just going to say font of semi-bold. Apart from that, below the div I'm going to have another div tag for the experience section. Class name I'm going to say font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, uppercase, and tracking is going to be of widest. And for your div I'm going to pass on the design. Class name, text is going to be of right. Next I'm going to say p over here, access the data dot your total years experience, and a span tag, by the way, which is going to show years over here. Okay, just like that, this is completed. Import your resume card from the component. So yeah, this part is done. The next step is to show your summary part. So yeah, below this specific div I'm going to say div p tag. I'm going to say skills over here, option 8. I'm going to say data dot skills dot length detected, and over here for this div I'm going to say bg is going to be surface, and then a border wide by 5, rounded is going to be lg, padding of 5, pass on the class name, font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be widest, and then MB of 3. So yeah, as you can see, no resume yet. Upload a resume above to get started with the AI analysis. So yeah, once any resume is parsed, we're going to be showing that over here. Okay, so now let's map over the data over here. I'm going to say div data dot skills dot map for every skill. I'm going to go ahead and then show a span tag with that specific skill. Class name px of 2.5, py of 1, rounded is going to be md, bg white by 5, border, and then border white by 10, text of XS, font is going to be of mono, and text paper by 80. Okay, for this div I'm going to say class name, give it flex of wrap, and then a gap of 2. This part is done. Now we can move on to the next one. That's going to be the experience section. So this was for the summary, I guess. Okay, my bad. So this was for your skills. The next part is for the experience. All right, so here I'm going to say div, pass on a p tag, which is going to say experience, pass on the class name over here, font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text is going to be of muted, again uppercase, tracking is going to be widest, MB is going to be of 4. Below this, access a div, map over all of the experiences. Here I'm going to say data.experience.map for every experience, and then your index. I'm going to show a div over here. Within the div I'm going to have one more piece of div, again one more div. I'm going to have a p tag showing your experience.title. That's going to be the next step. Next you're going to show the experience.company. So pass on the class name. I'm going to say text of SM, font of medium, text is going to be of paper. Okay, for this div, which is going to be above the map, some space y of 5. Okay, here first of all pass on the key, that's going to be I index, and class name, if at all your I value is greater than 0, question mark, it's going to be pt of 5, border of top, and then border wide by 5, else it is going to be an empty string. Below this we're going to have the span showing your experience.duration as well. Class name for this, font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted over here. I'm going to say shrink of 0, ML of 4. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is going to come in row fashion. So I'm going to say class name, flex, items of start, justify of between, MB of 2. That's it. I'll be adding a UL tag as well, showing all of the highlights. You can take a look at it over here. Save. And for the outermost one, let's pass on the class name, BG surface again. Next I'm going to say border wide by 5, rounded is going to be LG, some internal spacing, padding of 5. So yeah, this part is done. The final step is with respect to the education bit of it. So yeah, let's go ahead and then add it over here. Div, just copy this down and then change the value. Instead of experience, I'm going to say education. Class name for this, BG surface, border wide by 5, rounded is going to be LG, and then padding of 5 as well. Okay, next I'm going to say data.education.map for every education, and then the index. I'm going to show a div. Within the div I'm going to show one more piece of div showing the p tag, that is going to be your education.degree. Okay, next I'm going to show your education.your institution as well. So yeah, class name for these two, text of SM, text of paper. This one text of XS. Text is going to be of muted. For the outermost div, first of all pass on the key index that's required, and then class name, flex, items of start, and then justify is going to be of between. And finally over here we're going to have a span tag, which is going to be your education.year. I'm going to say class name, font of mono, text of XS, text of muted, shrink is going to be of 0, ML of 4. Okay, that's pretty much it. We have completed designing the entire thing. Now we can actually come back to your next part. That's going to be your resume service within your lib folder, and we're going to implement the upload resumes functionality. Okay, where we have the lib, I'm going to say new file, resume service.ts. So here I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be upload resume request. Okay, it's going to take in a file of type file. First of all, initialize the form data. So const form data is going to be equals to your new form data. Next, form data dot append of your resume, comma your file. Okay, first of all restructure the data. That's going to be equals to await, call your API from the Axios dot, it's going to be post method, and then / resumes / your upload of your form data. Here I'm going to pass on my headers. I'm going to say content type is going to be your multi-part / form data. Here I'm going to say return data. Next I'm going to say export async get my resume. Get my resumes request. For now there is no parameters over here. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await API.get, it's going to be for / resumes. Here I'm going to say return the data. That's it. Let's try to save the file. The step is complete. We can come back to the component that is going to be our resume upload. Here let's try to first of all write down the function for handle file. So I'm going to say const handle file. Okay, it's going to be an async function, by the way. So async function handle file, it's going to take in the file of type file. I'm going to check if at all my file dot type is not equals to application / PDF. Then I'm going to set that specific error saying that only PDF files are allowed, and then I'm going to return from the function. Next condition, if at all the file is greater than 5 MB, we cannot again implement it. So again set the error message. Next I'm going to say set error to be of null, set your uploading to be of true. Let's have in your try and then catch block, try catch of error. I'm going to check if your is Axios error, import is Axios error from Axios of error. I'm going to say set your error to be of error.response.data dot message, else it is going to be upload failed. else I'm just going to set the error saying that something went wrong. Okay, and here I'm going to say finally block, set the uploading to be a false. Within the try block, it's pretty simple. I'm going to say const your data is going to be equals to await upload resume request of that specific file, and I'm going to say add resume. It's going to take in a bunch of details, your ID, that is going to be data dot resume dot ID, comma your original name, that is going to be data dot your resume dot your original name. Next, I'm going to say your past skills, that is going to be data dot resume dot parsed data, and then ATS score I'm going to say null initially, and created at is going to be your new date dot to ISO string. That's it. Okay, next, handle drop. What needs to happen? I'm going to say function handle drop. It's going to be of type react dot your drag event. I'm going to say e dot prevent default, and then set your drag over to be a false over here. Next, const file is going to be equals to e dot data transfer dot files of 0, and if at all your file is present, I'm going to say handle file of that specific file. That's it. Okay, these are the remaining things. We can first of all try to uncomment this and this also. Save and make sure all of your details are added within the proper location, that is for the backend env. I need to be adding my Claude code API key over here. Okay, I'll be doing that. Alright, so I've just added that and then I've just closed the file. Okay, so now let's actually give this a try. Let's exactly see what happens once I enter a resume and then I drop basically over here. Okay, so first of all, let's come back to the resume card. Or resume upload over here. On click is not yet given, that's the reason. Okay, for this one, so just say file input ref current dot click, come back over here. Now it should work. I'm going to choose this specific resume of mine, or this one basically, and then open. Okay, so there is an issue which is going to say upload failed. Let's check out the backend. Alright, so login is working properly fine. Yeah, that's a log for that. But over here, for some reason, it is just showing as upload failed. I'm going to do a new PDF, open. Okay, that's weird. Let me just fix this up. Let's see where exactly I have messed this up. Some issue with respect to the backend. Let me just check that over here. Alright, so the issue was with respect to the app.ts file. I had forgotten to, add the resume routes. We were just trying to, implement it just like that. So make sure to add this one and also try to import your resume routes from this specific file. Okay, that is the routes file. And yeah, once that's done, the next step is you need to create your folder as well. There is uploads, resumes, and it's going to be empty. Once you make any resume, it's going to come up over here. Okay, so let's give this a try. So I've actually logged out and I do not remember my correct password, so I'm going to say create new one. I'm going to add a random name and an email and a password. Create account. So now let's give this a try. As you can see, we're coming directly to the dashboard. I'm going to enter a PDF over here. So I'm going to choose this one and I'm going to, okay, let's choose this one and press on open. And boom, as you can see, analyzing with AI. Let's wait for some time. And there you go. Just like that, our resume has been analyzed, and based on whatever is there in my resume, okay, this is a 2-year-old resume, the same thing is going to be shown over here with all of the experience, your skills, and total experience and experience per company, what and all we have done, and some basic points under each experience, and this is my education over here. Okay, so one issue is there, I think. Okay, this is with respect to the key prop within the resume card, I guess. So yeah, let's look into that, and the same resume should be added over here as well. As you can see, just like that, even over here it is getting filled up. All right, so now the next step is, let's come back to your resume card where we have your span tag. Yeah, here key is going to be equals to your skill dot id. Okay, not this one. Let me just check this out over here. Resume card. Yeah, we can directly mark it as key skill. There is no id for this, and save. Just like that, that error is gone. Okay, so our complete dashboard endpoint is completely done. So once they press on analyze over here, we need to be going into the analyze page where they can enter a prompt that is for the job location they're searching for, not the job location, the job description they're looking for, and we're gonna map or check against this specific resume that they have entered over here, and based on that we're gonna make this work. Okay, we're gonna show what skills are lacking in their resume, and we're also going to show some interview questions for the applied job description within that specific input, as you saw in the demo part of the video. So that's going to be the next step. So first of all, let's come back to your backend. Okay, and where we have your not backend, the front end part app, I'm going to say new route. It is going to be your analyze. I'm going to say page.tsx rfce save. Yeah, so we're going to write a bunch of services. The first one is going to be for the skill gap. So I'm going to say services over here. So where is that? Okay, just missed that folder. Backend, come back to services, and then your skill gap dot service.ts. Okay, so here it's going to show all of the skill gaps that the user lacks based on this specific resume that we have implemented, okay, or that we have entered over here. Okay, so based on the job description that they give in the analyze tab or in the analyze route, we're gonna check against the resume entered by the user, and we're going to show all of the skills that is lacking. So here I'm going to say export interface skill gap result. We're also going to show the score as well. So yeah, math score is going to be of type number. Next, matched skills is going to be array of string. Your missing skills, even this is going to be shown. So you're going to show the complete information based on the job description they enter in the input. Next is going to be recommended skills that is required and that is not there in the resume. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say summary as well. Summary is going to be of string. Let's give a format once. So next over here, I'm going to first of all give the skill prompt. I'm going to say const skill gap underscore prompt is going to be equals to, I'm going to enter the prompt. You can take a look at it. So it's going to go like this. That is, you are a job applicant analyst. Compare the candidate skills against the job description that they've entered and return a skill gap analysis. Okay, and we're also going to provide the information to the AI saying that return only the valid JSON, like all of the information that we want, that is in this format. So it's going to return only that, and we're also going to provide some rules as well. So I'll be entering that. You can take a look at it, and you can just screenshot this and you should be able to get the code for this. Okay, so this is my skill gap prompt, and as you can see, these are the rules. There is math score 0 to 100 integer representing how well the candidate fits. These are the math skills. Skills the candidate has that the job requires. Missing skills is the missing skills that the candidate has with respect to the job description that they've entered. Recommendations is this one. Summary is honest, concise assessment. Okay, that's it. Next, I'm gonna again get the strip markdown fences. You can take it down from the previous function. We already used that. Here I'm going to say export async function. It is going to be with respect to analyze skill gap. This is going to take in your candidate skills of your string. Next, your job description of string as well. Here I'm going to say promise of type skill gap result that we have defined above. I'm going to initialize my prompt. So const prompt is going to be equals to your skill gap prompt dot your replace. And yeah, again, we're going to replace it with the help of candidate skills. We have done this previously exactly for analyzing as well. It's going to be the similar method. Okay, here I'm going to say replace your job description with your job description over here. Okay, next over here, initialize your response. Const response equals to, I'm going to say await your anthropic dot messages dot use the create method. And here I'm going to pass on the model that is going to be your Claude model imported from the lib folder. Max tokens 1024. Messages is going to be a role of the user. Okay, and content is going to be prompt. That's it. Again, we're going to initialize the text block, exact same thing as we've done previously. Just copy that just like this. So if you would check out your resume parser, as you can see, it's going to be the exact same thing over here. Okay, again, take down your cleaned text, add it over here, below this one, and your try catch block, catch of error. I'm going to say a logger dot error failed to parse your skill gap JSON, and here your raw error is going to be your text block dot your text. Okay, and apart from that, over here I'm going to say throw new error failed to parse skill gap analysis. That's it. Within the try block, pretty simple, just return the parsed value. I'm going to say return json.parse of cleaned as your skill gap result. That's pretty much it. Okay, so this is your entire code for the skill gap service.ts. Next, similarly, I'm going to also write the question for your I think interview questions.service.ts. okay, so I'm going to say interview questions.service.ts. let's say export interface interview question. Okay, let's pass on the category that is going to be of string, question that is going to be of string again, your difficulty level, it's either going to be easy or medium based, or it's going to be hard over here. Next, I'm going to say tip, it's going to be of string. Next, furthermore, I'm going to say export default, not default, my bad, export interface, it's going to be interview question result, because we're also going to provide the result for each question that you're going to give. It's going to be questions of type interview question and your focus areas as well. That is going to be an array of string. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now I'm going to enter the interview prompt. You can take a look at it. It's going to be similarly as we have done for the previous two methods, that is your resume parsing as well as the skill gap. There you go. This is your interview prompt. So you are an expert technical interviewer. Generate interview questions for a candidate based on the job description and their skill gaps. So this is your dynamic value. It's going to take in the job description. That's how we access it. And these are the missing skills. And that's how we access it over here. And these are the match skills. Okay. This is going to be coming from the previous one. That is the skill gap part. And again, we have the JSON return. We want the return answer to come in this format. That's questions as well as your focus areas. And within the question itself, you're going to have the category, question, difficulty, and then the tip as well. Okay. And these are the rules we are given to the AI. That is, with respect to this, it has to generate the questions and give back to us. All right. So again, I'm going to copy down my strip markdown fences over here. Just try to add that right over here. And I'm going to say export async function generate your interview questions with all of your parameters, job description, your match skills. That is going to be array of string. It's also going to take in your missing skills as well. Okay, this is going to be promise of interview question result. We've already defined that onto the top. Okay, here again I'm going to initialize my prompt. You can take a look at it just like this. Now let me initialize my response. So const response is going to be equals to await anthropic from libanthropic dot messages dot create. Model is going to be your Claude model. Maximum tokens is going to be 2048. Your messages is going to be, it's going to have in your role of user, and content is going to be prompt. Okay, next again similarly I'm going to initialize my text block. That's going to be equals to your response dot content dot find. For every value I'm going to check the b dot type is going to be equals to text, and if not of text block or your text block dot your type is not equals to text, then here I'm going to say throw new error, and here I'm going to write Claude did not return a text response. Okay, let's initialize the cleaned over here again as we have done previously, and it's going to be equals to strip markdown fences of your text block.text. And I'm going to enter my try and then catch block. You can take a look at it. That's the final step. Okay, I think there is a spelling issue. I'll just fix that up. So yeah, there you go. This is the entire code for the interview questions.service.ts. You can take a look at it from the top to the bottommost part if at all you've missed something. So that's it. So now we can head back to the controllers part, and we can start writing it for your interview controller.ts as well as your I think analysis remaining as well as your ATS is also remaining. Resume is done, so I'm going to write it down for the interview controller. So new file, I'm going to say interview dot controller.ts. okay, first of all let's initialize the schema that is required. So const interview schema is going to be equals to import z from Zord dot object. We need three things over here. That is your job description. That's going to be equals to z dot string dot min of 50. Here I'm going to say job description too short. It has to be more than 50 characters. And your matched skill, matched skills, it's going to be z dot array of z.string, or I'm going to say dot min of 1. Next is your missing skills, by the way. It's going to be z.array of z.string. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Next, let's try to define the function that is get interview questions over here. So yeah, export async function. I'm going to say get interview questions, request of type your auth request from middlewares, response of type response. Okay, it's going to be promise of void over here. Let's try to have your try catch block. So try, and then first of all catch of error. I'm going to use my logger over here. Logger.error, pass on the error message, that is your interview questions generation failed. Okay, you're going to pass on the error over here, that is going to be error as error dot message. All right, furthermore I'm going to say result.status of 500 dot json. I'm going to pass on the status is going to be of error, and the message that is going to be equals to failed to generate interview questions. Okay, that's pretty much it. So we need to import a bunch of things, that is going to be your response as well as your I think response for now, and let's look into the try block for now. First of all, const parsed is going to be equals to your interview schema dot, I'm going to use a safe parse of your requested body. If not your parse dot success, then again I'm going to say result.status of 400 dot json. I'm going to say status is going to be of error, and errors is going to be your parsed dot your error dot issues dot map. For every issue, I'm going to pass on the field and the message. You can take a look at it, and we can try to say return over here. So that's how we handle the errors. Okay, and I'm going to get in 3 things from the parse.data: your job description, match skills, as well as the missing skills. So here I'm going to say const job description, comma your match skills, comma your missing skills is going to be equals to your parse.data, and const user id is going to be equals to your request dot your user id, not user email, user id. Next, let's try to generate the result. So const result is going to be equals to await, call the method that is generate interview questions from the services file that we have generated. This is going to take in 3 things: your job description, comma your matched skills, as well as your missing skills. That's it. And we're going to send the result status of 200 with the status as well as the result. Okay, you can take a look at it. Make sure to import response, that's important. And yes, that's pretty much it. So this is how we're going to implement this. Let's try to save the file. So your interview controller is done. Now let's move on to the next one. That is going to be for the analyze controller, that's for the skill gap analysis. So new file, I'm going to say analyze dot your controller dot ts. Now again I'm going to similarly write down my analyze schema equals to z dot object. Here pass on my resume id, that is going to be your z dot string. It should be a UUID, by the way. So import Z first from Zod. So z.string dot UUID. I'm going to say invalid resume ID, invalid resume ID. Next, I'm going to say your job description is going to be your z.string dot minimum of 50, and the message that is job description is too short, which should be more than 50 characters. Next, again, let's try to define the function. So export async function, it is going to be your analyze job fit. So analyze job fit. So yeah, pass on the request of type auth request, response of type response, yeah, so this should be basically promise of void. So next I'm going to say try, and then your catch block, I'll be adding the code for the catch block. You can take a look at it. Just a logger message as well as the result status of 500. So yeah, that's pretty much it. We can try to import response from your Express. This, as we have done previously, just add it over here. Within the try block, it's going to be pretty simple. Again, just try to parse the result first. Const parsed is going to be equals to analyze schema dot your safe parse of your request dot body. Okay, here if not your parse dot success. Again, try to add the same message as we have done previously. It's just going to be the exact same message, and then we're going to return it over here, just like this. Let's give a format once. Yeah, this is fine for now. Next, I'm going to again extract the required details. Your resume ID, comma, your job description is going to be coming from parse.your-data. Const user ID is going to be equals to request dot user ID. Next, const resume is going to be equals to await your Prisma, imported from your lib, by the way. So Prisma dot first of all find it. So Prisma dot go into the resume, then we have the find first method, use that. So where this should match your ID, that's going to be your resume ID and your user ID as well. And first of all, check a simple condition, that is if at all not of resume, then result dot status of 404 dot your JSON with your status, that is going to be of error, and your message over here is going to say resume is not found. Next, I'm going to say const past skills is going to be equals to your resume dot past skills as your skills, that's going to be of type array of strings or a null. Similarly, I'm going to check the skills and check the length as well over here. That's going to be just like this. Okay, and if at all the skills dot length is equals to 0, okay, so then in that case I'm going to say result status of 400, pass on an error, and then resume has no pass skills. Next, I'm going to say logger.info, it's going to be running skill gap analysis, pass on your user ID for the info as well as your resume ID. Next, I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await analyze skill gap, call the function, it's going to take in your skills and the job description to analyze, and here I'm going to say result status of 200 dot JSON, pass on the status, that is going to be success, and your analysis, that is going to be your result. Okay, So yes, this is the entire code. Let's try to save the file. I think there is a comma over here, not a semicolon. So yes, you can take a look at this. Okay. So this part is done. We can come back to the routes and we can start to write the analyze routes. I'll be adding the code for that. It's pretty simple. So come back over here and where we have the routes, new route, I'm going to say analyze dot routes dot ts. Add the code just like this. We have only one route that's going to be job fit. Next, similarly, we're going to have it for the interview routes. I'm going to say new one, interview dot your routes dot ts. Add the same code. So it's going to be router.post. It's going to be for / questions over here. And authenticate is going to be required. And over here, I'm going to say get interview questions from the controllers. We can remove this, not yet used, and then save. So now let's come back to the main app.ts. Okay. That is going to be over here. I mean, for the backend part itself. And import your two things, your interview routes as well as the analyze routes. I'll be adding one over here. Next, import your interview routes from add / routes / your interview.routes. Okay. So yeah, this step is done. Let's try to call all of the routes over here just below this one. So resume routes is done, and here I'm going to say app.use. It's going to be / analyze. Here we're going to have your analyze limiter as well as your analyze routes. It's already imported. Next, app.use. It's going to be / API. Okay, I think I forgot to write API over here for the previous one. Next, it's going to be for the API and then your interview. Here I'm going to say analyze limiter and your interview routes. Save the file, check out the backend. As you can see, no issues. It's still running. So yeah, this part is done. We can come back to the services file and then we can include the simple helper functions that we're going to use in the front end part. The first one is with respect to the interview service. That is going to happen over here. Where is that service? SRC, yeah, okay, within the lib, my bad. Okay, here I'm going to say interview service .ts. Okay, it's going to be pretty simple. Export async function. It's going to be get interview question request. It's going to have in your job description of string your matched skills of string again, or your missing skills. It's again going to be array of string. Here I'm going to say promise of type your interview question results. That's the one. Here I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await import API dot, it's going to be the post method / your interview, and it's going to be / your questions as well. Next I'm going to say job description comma matched skills and then your missing skills. And let's try to return all of the data over here. Since it's a promise, return questions. It's going to be data.questions, and your focus area is going to be your data.your focus area, because that's how our data is implemented and that's how the data is going to be returned. So save. Next is for the analyze service. I'm going to say lib new file analyze service.ts. Here I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say analyze job fit request. Okay, have in your resume ID that is going to be of type string, and your job description also of type string. Here it's going to be promise, okay, of skill gap result imported from types is already defined. Next, similarly as we have done for the previous one, I'm going to say const data equals to await your API dot post. It's just going to be / analyze / your job fit. Okay, pass on your resume ID as well as your job description. Here we're going to say return the data dot your analysis, not analyst, analysis. This is the one. Save the file. So this part is done. So now we can actually go into the analyze as well as page.tsx, and then we can start writing the code for that specific bit. All right, so now let's come back to our analyze page, that is analyze page.tsx, and here I'm going to start writing the code such that once they press on analyze over here, we need to be showing that specific page where the user can enter the job description, and we're going to show what are the missing skills, what are the current skills they have with respect to the resume, and also the interview questions and a method to download the ATS resume. So yes, it is going to look something like this. Okay, as you can see, we have analyzed job fit. It's going to give us the match score, the matched skills, your missing skills, as well as recommended to add, and we also have the method to download the ATS-optimized resume. Okay, and over here we're going to give all of the question and answers based on the job description that they've given. All right, so yeah, that's what we're going to be implementing over here within your analyze page. So let's get started. So export default function, I'm going to say analyze page. Here I'm going to first of all check is authenticated from your store, by the way, that is going to be not store, your hook, that is use required auth. Next I'm going to say const resumes comma your set resumes is going to be equals to your use resume store. Get these values. Next I'm going to have in a bunch of states, so I'm going to say const selected resume ID comma set selected resume ID is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Next I'm going to say const job description comma set job description is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Next I'm going to say const loading comma set loading equals to use state. It's going to be false. Const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state. Okay, it's either going to be string or null. Here it's going to be null. Next I'm going to say const result comma your set result is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be of type skill gap result or null. Initially also set to be null. Next I've also added it for the interview questions result. Okay, that's with respect to the interview data. Next is for interview loading, so I'm going to say interview loading comma set interview loading is going to be equals to use state, set it to be a false. Next is for your ATS loading, so const ATS loading comma set ATS loading is going to be equals to your use state of false again. Okay, so over here we can get into the return block of the design. So first of all, if not of your is authenticated, I'm going to say return a div. Within that, we're going to have a p tag, which is just going to say checking session. As we have done previously, it's going to have the same internal condition. For the div, I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say min height of screen. Your bg is going to be of ink and flex. Furthermore, items of center, justify of center as well. For the p tag, class name, font is going to be of mono, text of XS, text muted, uppercase, tracking of widest. Okay, that's it. We can get into the return block of the design. That's going to look something like this. So yeah, I'm going to say return a div. First of all, class name, I'm going to say min height of screen. We're going to say bg is going to be ink. Here we're going to have the nav bar. So again, we're going to have the same design as we had earlier for your dashboard. That is the exact same thing. So the job prep. Instead of this, you're going to have your dashboard as well as analyze. Okay, I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. Import your link from next link and save the file. Let's press on analyze. Okay, yeah, we have forgotten to add the use client directive. We need to add that and save the file. Okay, we are again brought back to the login. Alright, so now let's press on analyze. There you go. Just like that, analyze, we are in the correct analyze thing. That's the reason it's in yellow color. And we also have the dashboard over there. Okay, so that's the first step. So next, I'm going to have your main tag over here. So I'm going to say main, having a div. Within that, one more p tag, which is going to say job fit analysis. Next, we're going to have h1. We're going to say analyze your fit. Next, I'm going to have your p tag. Here I'm going to say paste a job description, and we will compare it against your resume skills. So for the main tag, first of all, I'm going to pass on the class name, a max width of 3xl. Okay, mx of auto, so it centers towards the screen, and then px of 8, and then py is going to be of 12. For this piece of div, class name, I'm going to say mb of 10. Class name over here, your font is going to be of mono, then text of xs, text of signal, it's going to be uppercase, and then tracking is going to be widest. mb is going to be of 2. For this specific one, h1 tag, class name, I'm going to say font of display, text is going to be of 3xl, font is going to be semi-bold, and then a mb of 1. For this p tag, text of muted, text of sm. Save. There you go. Just like that, we have this design. It's looking pretty neat. We can move on to the next step. So below the div, I'm first of all going to check if at all the resumes dot your length is going to be equals to 0. Then over here, I'm going to say having a div tag and pass on a p tag over here, which is going to say you need to upload a resume first. Else again, we're going to have the div with all of the resumes. Okay. So first of all, over here, I'm going to say for the label, not over here, for your div, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a border, and then border white by 10, rounded is going to be LG, some internal spacing, padding of 10, and then text of center. So for this specific p tag over here, I'm going to say, class name, text is going to be of muted, text of SM, and then a MB of 4. Here, let me have the link. Here it's going to say go to dashboard, and we're going to provide in the href, which is going to say /dashboard, just like this. And if at all the resume.length is greater than 1, again I'm going to check. So resumes.length is greater than 1, and we're gonna have a design to choose which specific resume they are interested in. Here we're gonna have a label which is gonna say select your resume, and below this I'm gonna have a select tag. Basically this is the one. Here I'm gonna say your resumes dot map for every R. Over here I'm gonna say option. Okay, it's not a self-enclosing tag. Here I'm gonna say r dot your original name. Here I'm gonna say class name. Okay, key, basically that's gonna be your r dot id, and your value, that is gonna be r dot id as well. So for the select tag, I'm gonna say your value over here is gonna be equals to your selected resume id, and on change I'm going to take in an event over here, and I'm going to say set selected resume id to be of your e.target.value. Just set that value over here. Okay, and for the outermost div, you're going to have a space y of 6. Yeah, for this one, by the way, space y of 6. So yeah, this part is done. So now for the select, yeah, I forgot to give the class name over here. It's gonna have a width of full, by the way, and then bg is gonna be surface. It's gonna have a border, and then border white by 10. Rounded is gonna be md, and we're gonna have px of 3, and then py of 2.5, text of sm. Okay, and once you focus, I'm gonna say outline is gonna be none, and if it's focus, again I'm gonna give it a ring of 2, and I'm gonna add the remaining ones. You can take a look at it. That's gonna be just like this. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, no designs is going to show up because your resumes.length is not equals to 0, and it's not greater than 1 as well. Okay, so next over here we're going to have a div with a label that is going to say your job description. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be wide. I'm going to say block, and then MB of 2. And yeah, below this we're going to have a text area where they can enter your job description. I'm going to say rows is going to be 10. Set the value, that is going to be job description, and on change, what needs to happen, take in an event, and over here I'm going to say set your job description to be of e.target.your value. Okay, next is with respect to your placeholder, that is gonna be paste the full job description here, ... Okay, and I'm gonna provide the class name. You can take a look at it. It's gonna look just like this. Save the file. Let's check out the code, the design, and boom, just like that. As you can see, it looks super clean and neat. So this step is done, and below the text area we're going to have a p tag to show what is the job description dot length. So job description dot length, I'm going to say characters over here. Pass on the p tag, that is a style for this. Font is going to be of mono. Text XS. Text is going to be of muted. Empty of 1. And below this, if at all there is any kind of error with respect to implementing it, I'm going to show that specific error with the div. Pass on the error over here. So for the div, I'm going to say class name px of 3, py of 2, rounded is going to be md, bgred of 500 by 10, and then border red of 500 by 20. Next, text red of 400, text of sm. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next we're going to have a button which is going to say analyze with AI, okay, or analyze job fit, okay. So once it's loading, it's going to be analyzing with AI. So yeah, let's have a button over here. I'm going to check if at all loading is true. Then it's going to be analyzing with AI. Then else it is going to be analyze job fit. Let's pass on the disabled over here. That's going to be loading. And yeah, class name, by the way, it's going to be bg of signal. Your text is going to be of ink, and then font of medium, text sm, rounded md, py 2.5. Once I hover, I'm going to say bg signal by 90. And disabled, I'm going to say opacity is going to be of 50. And I'm going to pass on the transition. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. Let's check out the design. There you go, analyze job fit. So some issue with the width. Let's look into that. I've not given a width of full. Save the file. Yeah, there you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat. Next step is to show the result. If at all the result is there, then all of the other design with respect to that, I'll be adding that one by one. So below your button, I'm going to say if at all your result is present, and let's try to have in a div over here. Within that, one more piece of div. Again, we're going to have a div, inner div, by the way. Within this, I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to show your math score. So initially class name, I'm going to say space y of 5, and then pt is going to be of 4. For this specific div, I'm going to say class name, bg surface, border, I'm going to say border wide by 5, rounded is going to be lg, and then a padding of 6. Here I'm going to say class name, flex, item center, justify between, and then MB of 4. For the math score, I'm going to say class name, font of mono, text of XS, text is going to be muted, uppercase, and then tracking is going to be of widest. Next, I'm going to have a span tag which is going to show your result.math score. That is going to look just like this. You can take a look at it. Currently, no design is going to show up because we do not have any kind of result. Okay. Once we implement it, we're going to will be automatically showing that based on this specific design. Next, I'm going to show your div as well as your summary. having a div over here. It's gonna have a self-enclosing div. Let's pass on the class name. So we're designing this bit, okay? That's basically a progress bar, by the way. So yeah, class name. I'm gonna make use of backticks, height of 1.5, rounded of full. Transition is gonna be all, and check the condition that is result.match score. If it is greater than or equals to 70, it's gonna be in a BG verified. Okay, question mark. I'm gonna say BG verified. Else I'm gonna say result.match score. If it is greater than or equals to 50, question mark, it's gonna be BG signal. Else it is gonna be BG red if it is less than 50. So BG red of 400. I'm gonna also provide in the style that's gonna have a width, and then just like this, it's gonna be result.match score. Again, this is gonna have a full width, so it takes up this much entire space. Okay, so I'm gonna say class name width of full, and then BG white is gonna be by 5, rounded of full, and height is gonna be 1.5. Okay, so below the div, I'm gonna have a p tag, which is gonna show the result dot your summary. Let's pass on the class name. I'm gonna say text of SM. Text is gonna be muted. Empty of 4. Leading is gonna be relaxed. That's it. Next, I'll be adding the code for the matched skills. You can take a look at it. It's gonna be coming over here. Okay, above this div, below this one, save. Okay, first is with respect to the matched skills. It's gonna show up over here below this div itself. Save. Okay, so that is with respect to this specific design. Whatever matching is present, we're just gonna show that over here. So yes, next we're gonna have your missing skills. It's gonna be the exact same thing as the matched skills. Just copy that once again, and instead of mapping over the missing skills, we're gonna map over your recommended skills. So having a div, okay, next we're gonna have a p tag. Let's copy the exact same thing. Instead of this, I'm gonna say recommended to add. Next, below the p tag, I'm gonna have a div. Here I'm just gonna map over this, but instead of matched skills, it is gonna be your recommended skills. Apart from that, everything is gonna remain as is. Just the color is gonna change. You can change that. It's gonna be your text red. Okay, first of all, we need to do it for the missing skills. My bad. Matched is done. Then it's gonna be your missing. Then next, it's gonna be your recommended. That is gonna be just like this. Okay. Apart from that, I'm gonna have a button. Here, I'm gonna first of all check if at all my ATS loading is true. Then over here, I'm gonna first of all make use of fragments. I'm gonna say div. That's gonna be self-enclosing, by the way. Just like this, pass on the class name for this. I'm gonna say width of 4, height of 4, border is gonna be of 2, border is gonna be of ink, then border top is gonna be transparent, and rounded is gonna be a full. Animate is spin. Here I'm gonna say rewriting and generating your PDF. So rewriting and generating PDF ... Else we're going to show the download button with a text which is going to say downloaded or download ATS optimized resume. That's going to be just like this. Okay, it's going to be disabled if at all your ATS loading is set to be of true. ATS loading. Okay, next class name for the button, width of full, PG of signal, text is going to be of ink, font of medium, text of SM, rounded is going to be MD, PY 2.5, and once I hover over it, I'm going to say BG signal is going to be by 90, and if it is disabled, I'm going to say opacity is going to be from 50. I'm going to say transition, flex, and then item center, justify center, and then it's going to have a gap of 2. Yep, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. You can check out the design. Yeah, so once the result comes, only all of this is going to be shown. All right, so first of all, let's give this a try, and let's first of all write the function for handle analyze as well as handle generate questions. So yeah, above this I'm going to first of all initialize a use effect that is going to be dependent upon your is authenticated. Here I'm going to check if not of is authenticated, just try to return from the function, and if at all your resumes dot length is going to be equals to 0, I'm going to call get my resume request dot then of your data, I'm going to set the resumes to be of your data dot resumes. Okay, and here I'm going to check if at all data dot resumes dot length is greater than 0. Then here I'm going to say set selected resume ID to be of data dot resumes of 0 dot your ID. Okay, and here I'm going to say also dot catch of error. For now it's going to be nothing, by the way. You can add error message if at all you want to add. Else over here I'm going to say set selected resume ID to be of your resumes of 0 dot your ID. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Okay, since we have one resume, nothing should happen. Next, let's try to define the function async function handle analyze. Okay, so if not of selected resume ID or job description dot trim dot length is less than 50, then here I'm going to say set your error, and we're going to write please select a resume and paste a job description of minimum 50 characters, and we're going to return from the function. Next I'm going to say set error to be of null, set result also to be of null, set interview data to be of null as well, set loading also to be of true over here. Next let's try to have a try and then catch of error. Okay, here I'm going to check if is Axios error as we have done previously of that specific error. I'm going to say set the error to be of this specific message. Else I'm just going to set a random error which is going to say something went wrong. So something went wrong. So within the try block I'm going to say const analysis is going to be equals to await analyze job fit request, import that function which you just defined of your selected resume ID comma your job description, and set the result to be of your analysis. That's it. Okay, I'm also going to write the function for handle generate questions, that is your interview questions. So yeah, async function, I'm going to say handle generate questions. I'm going to check if not of result, I'm going to say return. Next I'm going to say set interview loading to be of true, your try and then catch block. Here I'm going to say set your error, I'm going to say failed to generate interview questions. I'm going to say finally, I'm going to say set interview loading to be of false. Okay, within the try block it's pretty simple. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await get interview questions request, import that from the libs interview service, and it's going to take in three things: job description, your matched skills, as well as the missing skills. So I'm going to say result dot your matched skills comma result dot missing skills, and first of all your job description, add a comma over here. Okay, once that's done, I'm going to directly set the data, set interview data to be of that specific data. That's it. Okay, let's try to save the file. So I'm going to test this now. So I'm just going to enter a random job description. You can get it from AI obviously. And once you press on analyze job fit, first of all we need to give your on press, that is handle analyze, where we have the initial button that is going to be this is the one. Save. Let's exactly see what happens once I press on analyze job fit. Oh, okay, it's actually throwing me back to the login. So first of all, let me fix this issue up and let's see why exactly it is actually throwing me back to the login. Okay, because that should not happen. Okay, let's give this one more try. So let me just again log in. I'm just gonna say over here this is the user ID, and I think there is one more issue with respect to the dashboard. I thought I would write the code later, but I've forgotten to add the code for that. That is with respect to the use effect. Okay, it should also call the get my request resume. That's gonna be just like this within this. Okay, just remove this and then add it over here. Import the get my resumes request, and then let's try to save the file. And also in your .env we can make one change. Yeah, so here instead of 15 minutes I'm just going to say 2 hours. Save the file. Now we should be able to get this done. So here I'm just going to add in a small h. Not sure if it would work if it is a capital H, but let me add a small h. That's for 2 hours. Alright, now let me try to log in. There you go, just like that, this is working fine. Analyze, enter the same kind of job description over here. I'm just going to enter it over here and then analyze job fit. As you can see, analyzing with AI, and boom, just like that, as you can see, we have our math score, which is 78, because this resume contains mostly React Native related projects, and these are all of the missing skills. Your push notification is not there. App to deployment, I've not done it previously because this is my old resume like 2 or 3 years back, and Google Play deployment not done. Figma is not added, and these are the recommended skills to add. And even the interview section should be done. Once we design it, it should be showing over here. Let's go and design that. So let's come back over here, that is to your again analyze page.tsx. okay, once where we have the button of download your optimized resume, below that we're going to have a button, not a button, a condition that is if not of your interview data, and go ahead and then show a button which is going to say generate interview questions. So first of all, over here I'm going to say interview loading is true. Next here it's going to be generate interview questions with an arrow. In the else condition, over here I'm going to have a self-enclosing div again. So I'll be adding that, pass on the class name for this. It's going to be width of 4, height of 4, border is going to be of 2, border muted, border top of transparent, rounded is going to be a full, animate of spin. Okay, below this we're going to have the button that is going to be generating questions. I mean, not a button, a text, by the way. Generating questions, that is ... For the button, let's provide in the class name. It's going to be width of full, bg surface, border white by 10, text is going to be of paper, font of medium, text SM, rounded is going to be of MD. Okay, and then py of 2.5, and hover, if it is in a hover mode, then I'm going to say border signal by 50. Next again hover. I'm also going to change the text is going to be of signal, and I'm going to add it for the disabled as well as the gap. We can take a look at it. It's going to look just like this. Okay, let's try to save, check out the code. There you go, generate interview questions. It's looking really nice and cool. So once you press on that, it's going to call the function that is handle generate questions. I'm going to say on click, I'm going to say handle generate questions, and it's going to be disabled if at all your interview is loading. Okay, and the final part is to show the interview data. I'll be adding the code over here. Okay, so next, if at all interview data is present, and I'm going to have a div. Within that, I'm going to have one more div, by the way. Next, a p tag, which is going to say study before this interview. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to be in a font of mono. Text is going to be XS. Text signal uppercase. Tracking is going to be widest. MB of 3. Class name space y of 5. PT of 2. Next, I'm going to say BG surface. Border white by 5. Rounded is going to be your LG. Okay, next I'm going to pass on a padding of 5 as well. So yeah, this step is done. Next, below this I'm going to have all of your focus areas, that is just like this. Okay, so below your p tag, I'm going to have in a div. I'm going to first of all map your interview data dot focus area dot map. For every area, I'm going to show a span tag, by the way. Your key is going to be your area. Here we can show the area over here. Pass on the class name for this. px of 2.5, py of 1, rounded is going to be md, bg signal of 10, and then border signal by 20, text of xs, font of mono, and then text of signal. Okay, that's it. Next we can map over the interview questions. That's the final bit, and we're going to show the design just like this. I mean, not this one, this the one. So yeah, right below this div, I'm going to say your interview questions, interview data dot go into the questions dot map for every question, and then your index. I'm going to go ahead and then show a div. Within this, we're going to have a inner div, then a span as well, that is going to show your q dot your category. First of all, add the class name for this. Font is going to be of mono, text of xs, text is going to be of muted, uppercase, tracking is going to be of widest. And for the outermost div, pass on the class name, flex, item center, justify is going to be of between, mb of 3. For this one, key of index, I'm going to say class name, bg surface, border wide by 5, rounded is going to be lg, and your padding of 5 as well. So next I'm going to be adding the difficulty bit over here. You can take a look at it. It is going to be either medium, hard, or an easy question. Okay, and below this div you're going to have the question itself. I'm just going to say q dot question, pass on the design for this. Class name, I'm going to say text of sm, text of paper, leading is going to be relaxed, mb of 3. Below this I'm going to have a div to show the answer part or a tip. Yeah, so add in a div having a p tag that is going to show your q dot tip. So let's pass on the class name for this, that is going to say text of xs, text of muted, leading is going to be relaxed. For this one, class name I'm going to say flex, give it a gap of 2, pt of 3, border of t, and then border wide by 5. Okay, and yeah, I'm also going to provide in the span over here. You can take a look at it. That's it. So let's give this a try. Let's come back over here. I'm going to say generate interview questions, generating questions. Okay, so there is an issue. It says something went wrong, unexpected error, cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So let's look into the bug over here, and I'll just check my previous code what exactly is the issue. So okay, my bad, there is a spelling issue. So it should be focus areas. What about focus area? Okay, there is focus area over here as well. Let me just check that once. That is for your auth.ts and then types, correct? Let me check what exactly is the issue over there. Okay, again spelling issue. This should be focus areas, by the way. So over here we still have issues with respect to the interview service. Let me check that out. Yeah, again over here also it should be focus areas. Fix that up, and yeah, I think now it should work, hopefully. Let's give this a try again. So I think now it should work, hopefully. Let's give this a try again. I am gonna say generate interview questions. and boom, just like that, as you can see, we have all of the interview questions for the given job description over here. Okay, so we have studied this before interview. Okay, and we have all of the questions, which is walk us through how you've implemented Redux in React Native application, then describe your experience integrating Firebase services in React Native, how do you handle real-time data synchronization and offline persistence. All these are given, all these are important questions, and this is the tip that we have given. Okay, we have easy questions, hard questions. For easy, we have tell us about a time when you had to learn a new technology quickly to meet a project deadline, and how did you approach it, and what was the outcome. So yeah, this part is done, and we're almost done with the entire project. One step is the downloading of ATS resume. I'll be adding the code for that. You can take a look at it. Okay, so we have implemented the project end to end. We can add in resumes, we can do other stuff, we can come back to the dashboard, we can add in more resumes as well. As you can see, I've added a bunch of resumes, all of them are being shown. Basically everything is the same resume in this thing, because I only have one resume, so it's going to choose the same thing over here. You can add a new resume as well. So this is my other resume with respect to the other details. Okay, there you go, even this got added over here. All right, so this is experience 4 years, all this is experience of 2 years. So just like that, you can make this work, and once you come back over here, even this is going to work properly fine. I think I forgot to add the scanline component. I'm remembering it now. So within the src components, there is a scanline components.tsx that's going to come towards the main page, towards the left hand side. Okay, that's the code for this. Reload. Yeah, I think where we have your login or your main auth layout, let's once check out over here, or let's see where exactly your scanline is being rendered. Okay, it's it's commented over here. Just try to uncomment it, import it from components or scanline. Now it should be working, and there you go. Just like that, it's a nice looking design. It keeps on coming from the top to the bottommost part. So yes, we have implemented this project end to end. So if you like this project and you have learned something, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see the next project, and then thank you for watching.